hearings. KWF. Where's KWF? Ano po ang maganda? I mean, everybody says good morning, maganda umaga. Ako kasi palagi isang lunti ang Pilipinas, pero corny na yun eh. Anong maganda? Sa ating...
Dahil pinagdiriwang po natin ang buwan ng wikang pambansa na may
Tama nga, Agosto, no?
at may tema pong Filipino, wikang mapagpalaya. Isang mapagpalayang araw po sa inyong lahat.
O, sige. Yun ang maganda ba sa lahat ng aking mga mensahe, hearing, hindi lang sa cultural age, isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat?
Ma'am, bagay yan sa CCP.
Bagay sa cultural center? What do you mean?
Kasi yung chairman nila si Dr. Laya.
Si Ino nagpapakyut. Okay. I like your top as always. Okay. Ano po ang ibig sabihin isang mapagpalayang araw? Palaya means freedom or is it, what is it?
Ang laya o kalayaan po ay freedom. Ang wikang Filipino ay isang intelektualisadong wika na may kakayahan pong magamit sa mga talakayan na katulad po nito dahil ang isang intelektualisadong wika po ay may kakayahang magamit ang partikular na wika, partikular po ang wikang pambansa sa mga malalalim na usapin na katulad po ng ating ginagawa ngayon dito po sa Senado.
No, simply put, when you say mapagpalayang araw, if you translate it in English, or is there a simple, teka, ginawa kong mirror yung aking
Ma'am, it will
monitor.
be,
Pasensya na, hindi nagsupply.
it would be a liberating,
If you say it in English, what does it
a
mean?
liberating day.
A liberating day. Why? Do we need to be liberated from anything?
So that you can...
What do we need to be liberated from?
Marami po tayong karanasan na dumaan po sa pagnanais ng bawat Pilipino na magpahayag ng damdamin at mga kaisipan at kabatiran na may kaugnayan po sa laya at kalayaan. Simula pa ho noong panahon ng pananakop ng mga Espanyol hanggang sa kasalukuyan ay marami po tayong issue. Dahil marami pong mga bagay o usapin na dapat po ay ipinahayag natin na nauugnay po sa kalayaan o laya.
Okay. Bakit naman mapagpalayang araw? Bakit hindi isang makakalikasang araw?
Pwede rin po dahil ang kalikasan po dapat ay atin pong alagaan at ang atin pong mga karapatan hinggil po sa pangangalaga ng kalikasan ay dapat pong palayain natin at ipangalagaan nga po ang ating kalikasan na siya pong mahalagang aspekto ng ating buhay.
Anyway, sige. Ginising ko lang kayo. So, yes, Chair Ino.
Pwede din po sabi ni Dr. Cerudo na malikaing araw.
Malikhain, ganda rin. So, isang mapagpalayang, makakalikasang, malikhayang araw sa ating lahat. Ang ganda yun, di ba? Kasi mapagpalaya, it's not just freedom, liberation from nananakop, but the freedom from poverty, freedom from all the political noise, right? Freedom from
Tama po yan, Senadora.
whatever constricts
Dahil
us
malawak po talaga
from the growth
ang
we
sakop.
want, right?
Malawak po ang sakop.
Malikhain is not just for the creative industries, it's malikhain in everything we do, right? To be proactive is malikhain. I mean, you should find a way to get things done, right? I always say that to everybody. Yeah. And makakalikasan because wala naman tayo pinag-uusapan kung hindi pangalagaan ng kalikasan. Okay. So, on that note, I call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. I hope we're complete. I'll ask Director Candao to read the presence of everyone in the record, but isang mapagpalayang, makakalikasang, malikhaing araw sa ating lahat. At kung gusto po nyo magdagdag, ay matutuwa ako magdagdag kayo para mas magandang ating pagbati ngayong araw na ito. Okay? So, having said that, basahin ko na rin, sayang naman naghanda ang staff ng opening statement. The hearing of Subcommittee G of the Committee on Finance is hereby called to order. Our agenda for today is the 2025 budget of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, National Historical Commission of the Philippines, National Archives of the Philippines, Commission on Filipino Language, Commission ng Wikang Filipino, National Library of the Philippines, and the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Did I miss any agency? No. Huh? No, the DBM is just here to observe. As your chair of the budgets and vice chair of the Committee on Finance, I want to highlight the importance of culture and the arts in shaping our national identity. And just so that everybody knows, because it's quite new, just in this Congress, we had established a standing committee on arts and culture, which was non-existent since the beginning of the Senate, right? So I think that's quite an accomplishment to create a standing committee on arts and culture, which used to be lodged under education. And with all the challenges in basic, even tertiary education, the growth of our arts and culture and creative industries and heritage and history, I'll use the word constricted, could have been limited and constricted if we did not create a standalone standing committee. And because of that, many bills have been filed and laws have been enacted, or at least in the process of being enacted. So, over the years, we've had the opportunity to engage with agencies whose budgets we'll be discussing today. So, I may and will ask on the 2023 GAA utilization and 2024, the present year. We know that our shared goal has always been to preserve our cultural heritage and to promote Philippine identity. We recognize a vital role that these institutions, your institutions, play in preserving, promoting, enriching our nation's cultural heritage. Our cultural agencies serve as guardians of our history, language, and the arts. They are tasked with ensuring that the legacy of our past continues to inspire and inform future generations. In a rapidly changing world where cultural identities are constantly being challenged, it is imperative that we provide these institutions with the necessary resources to fulfill their mandates effectively. And as we go through the budget proposals of each agency, let us bear in mind the importance of supporting initiatives that strengthen our national identity, that fosters inclusivity, and ensure that every Filipino, regardless of background, has access to our rich cultural and historical resources. So, may we request Director Sukandao to acknowledge the presence of our guests, naming them as well as institutions they represent. But I know that my esteemed colleague, Senator Binay, is also online. Yes, we recognize. Hi, Senator Nancy. Would you like an opening statement? Thank you for joining us. Can we put Senator Binay online? If not, we can ask her to join us later if she's not yet online. Wala pa. Okay. So, Sue, could you please read into the record the presence of everyone? And if there's someone I have not met, yes, I would like to meet them today in today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to our honored guests. We joining us today are the following agencies: the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, represented by Dr. Eric Zerudo, together with Director Marichu Taliano, the Deputy Executive Director for Administration and Support Services, Director Bernan Joseph Corpus, Deputy Executive Director for Operations, Mr. Vincent Carl Maceda, under the Financial Management section, Ms. Maria Marilyn Estrella, Head of the DEFCA Budget section, Ms. Rene Talavera, the Acting Chief for the Program Management Division, Mr. Herencio Liapitan, Chief Accountant of the National Endowment Fund for Culture and the Arts, or NEFCA, We have Miss Vanessa Yu, the admin officer under the budget section. Miss Charito Macalanda, the COA auditor of the NCCA. From the National Library of the Philippines.
Excuse me. Yeah. I just want to manifest that I'm also here as chair of the NCCA.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Doctor. Eh, ah,
I'm Victorino
sorry, sir.
Manalo.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm just reading. Also, sir, we apologize. We also acknowledge Mr. Victorino Manalo, the chair of the NCCA. From the National Library of the Philippines, we have Director Cesar Gilbert Adriano, together with Director Edgardo Quiros of the NLP, and then Miss Jennifer Di Masaca, the Chief of the Planning, Monitoring, Evaluation Office of the NLP, Mr. Marvin Vanguardia, Budget Officer, Mr. Jeric Pangilinan, Administrative Officer, Ms. Maricel Diaz, Librarian. And then from the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, we have Chair Regalado Trota Jose, together with Director Carminda Arevalo, Ms. Rosario Sapitan, Mr. Jericho Vargas from the Planning Office, Mr. Hutch Cruz from the Budget Office, and Ms. Cyril Celerinos, the COA of the NHCP. From the National Archives of the Philippines, this is represented by Director Marieta Chu, Deputy Executive Director. Together with her are Ms. Jocelyn Reyes, the Chief Administrative Officer, Ms. Jacqueline Joyce Delgado, the Senior Records Management Analyst, Ms. Marinisa Espiritu, Admin Officer. Yes, sir.
I'm also here as executive director of the National Archive. I'm concurrent.
Yes, sir. Concurrent with the NCCA and the National Archives of the Philippines. Mr. Victorino Mapa Manalo. And from the Cultural Center of the Philippines, we have the President, Ms. Kay Tinga, together with Mr. Jose Victor Gaite, the Vice President for Administration. We have Ms. Odette Mendoza, Department Manager, Engineer Debbie Ponteras, Division Chief, Ms. Jelly Magnaye, and Mr. John Perdido. From the Commission on Filipino, I'm sorry po.
I'd like also to manifest my presence for the Cultural Center of the Philippines, Dennis Marasigan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From the Commission on Filipino Language or Commission sa Wikang Filipino, we have Dr. Arthur Casanova, the chair, together with Mr. Salvador Sagadal, Chief Admin Officer, Mr. Norman Abubo, Budget Officer. And from the Department of Budget and Management, we have Director Sofia Yanto Abad, together with Director Mary Grace Darunday, and Mr. Paul Vincent Perocho. If there's anybody else po that I have not mentioned, please state your name. Thank you.
Thank you.
All,
Please
Madam
proceed.
Chair.
May we start with the National Commission, please, NCCA, for their budget. Thank you. So kindly just put the presentation there, then I can tell you, okay, pass na, go to the next, so that we can be quick. Then I'll ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request Dr. Eric Cerudo to please make the presentation for the National Commission?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to walk you through and body to the proposed budget of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts for calendar year 2025. Next slide, please. We have for this presentation the mandate of the agency, accomplishments of 2023 to 2024, utilization of the funds, the earmark revenues, status of the compliance to COA observations, the NCCA priority programs, projects, policies for 2025, our proposed budget, and the essential programs and projects for reconsideration. Next slide. Well, this is our brief mandate The mandate trickles down to three major functions: the policy, coordination, and program development. Next slide, please. And we would like to present to you some of the highlights of these three major functions. Next slide. So these are some of the bills that we have advanced and some of the approved laws that were promulgated, from the cultural mapping law, creative industry, to the One Town, One Product program. Next slide. These are some of the guidelines and the policies that were approved and adopted. Highlights are
Just a minute. The One Town, One Product, the implementing agency is a DTI.
yes.
But it's in the approved laws because it also covers the NCCA. How is the NCCA covered by the law? Is there a provision in the OTOP? I'm an author of the OTOP, right? Did I include NCCA as one of the implementing agencies?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning.
The NCCA is a part of the technical working group, especially on the products that are culture and creative industries based.
Okay.
But
So the primary implementing
is
agency is a DTI,
Yes.
but One Town, is that followed? I hope it's not just a title. I hope that there's really 1,000 ilang bang municipalities, one town, 1,600. Sana talagang may 1,600 products. And I hope these are not just products that but there's artisanal products using indigenous resources. So it's good that the NCCA is involved. NCCA and all the other cultural agencies involved with whoever is the focal bureau, department, person, team in DTI for the OTOP. So I'm not certain. Kindly review the OTOP newly enacted law. If it does not include what I said, then let this statement be part of policy, and if the IRR has been done already, so let this statement on the record be included that in the implementation of the One Town, One Product, we take into serious consideration, products of our indigenous peoples, of our rural communities, which are community-based and community-managed, and using indigenous resources and preserving and promoting indigenous knowledge. Why do I say this? Kasi minsan, ang ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, and I would state something, DTI, I favorite ko rin DTI, but sometimes they insist on certain products na hindi naman bagay sa community. They inflict, and I say this because I know in my province, pinipilit po itong equipment, shared services, facilities, hindi naman po bagay sa aming komunidad. So, ang hinihiling ko sa NCCA, makialam po kayo sa OTOP. At gusto ko makita yung 1,600 OTOP. If there's no 1,600, it should be more than one, in fact. There should be 1,600 OTOP. Check if it complies with the template that I said. Have standards for the OTOP. I'm sure DTI know what they're doing. They're very good. And I'm not saying this to criticize them because I love what they do, except at some instances, we inflict upon the communities what they're not competent to do. Yeah, thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Put it on the first page of policies. Okay. Wait. What's a Philippine Heritage Award?
This is the one.
the Philippine Heritage Award is a part of the heritage law that we are recognizing good practices of the application of the heritage standards. So these are awarded to structures and including landscape as well. That NCCA, we open the hall. There are submissions that are given to us and it's being evaluated. This has a CAS award actually, as indicated in the heritage law.
Is this annual?
Every 2 years, I think, is the
Why
evaluation.
am I not
for this.
familiar with it? Can you just give me an example of a recipient of the Heritage Award? And is
The-
this only for structures for
programs.
tangible heritage?
Yes, one I think stellar example is the awardee from San Nicolas, Ilocos Norte. The town is landlocked. It's the smallest town, Ilocos Norte. It has no water, but what they did, they abandoned water tank, American period water tank, was converted into a museum. And the museum has 3 floors. They cut it and they paid homage to their palayok makers. They had a very high incidence of outmigration of the youth. And what they did was come up with this program out of the mapping project. They converted that abandoned water tank into a museum whereby all of the tour guides are children, grade school children. So the title of the exhibit is The Good Earth. They pay homage to the soil. They pay homage to their ancestors who put together their palayok. And this won one of the earliest heritage awards.
Maybe not now if you don't have it. Please give the committee, give me a list of all the winners thus far. List and just a brief description, 1 line and a photo. So this is for tangible heritage. Built tangible. Or not for rituals or for culinary or for textiles. No, it's built heritage, right? Is it based on our law? Yeah? Based on our law. Sige. Anyway, it's good. I don't hear about it. Is there a winner this year or last year?
Ongoing.
It's ongoing. The process is ongoing.
When
The
was-
Navy Army, which is converted to the Rizal Park Hotel, is also an award.
Could you speak louder?
Heritage.
What is that again?
The Rizal Park Hotel, which is
What's
the
it?
Navy, Army Navy building
What about
before.
that hotel?
That's also an awardee po.
How can it be an award? It's so ugly. No,
For
in fact-
adaptive reuse. po.
Huh?
For the adaptive
Really? I think
reuse.
they destroyed the Army Navy and the way it was reconstructed was too shiny. It looks like a Chinese restaurant. Really? It's an awardee of the Philippine Heritage Award?
For
I mean, I love Chinese culture, don't get me wrong, but it's very shiny and glossy. In fact, I don't think, well, pardon me, maybe my judgment is wrong. Okay. So that's my opinion. Oh, really? I mean, whenever I go there, I always say, sayang tong Army Navy, it was not restored properly. So awardee pala. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sige. Okay. I just want it very clear. I love Chinese food. I love Chinese culture. When I say like glossy Chinese restaurants, meaning minsan kasi gusto natin lahat magarbo, makintab, mahal, mukhang mahal ganun. Hindi naman kailangan ganun. Yun lang ibig ko sabihin po. Okay, so that it's clear. Okay, I noticed there are local bills enacted into laws, very good. Very good. The congressman or the local governments that have these museums, I'm glad. If every city or municipality and province would have this act establishing the cultural center and museums, how do we deal with that? Does this entail automatic funding every year, or this could be unfunded loss if we don't fund it? Because it's good to have cultural centers and museums to encourage everyone. Do this because you did the IRR. Does it mandate the earmarking from the era of the LGU, or is a national government, and now us, I'm mandated to put whatever is enacted into law? Let's say province of Biliran. Okay. So if the law states hereby it is said that every year, 100 million, etc. So what happens if I don't fund it? Diba ganon? Is there a appropriations portion?
These museums, except for the one on the one in Pangasinan, no, that's the exception. These museums are unfunded, and uh,
Ano yun? Magkano ang, you have to fund it, we have to fund it every year, you put it in your NEP?
actually it can in last year we placed it, no, but it was not funded. That's what happened. Ichu, isn't that's what happened last year, right?
Yeah, last year we submitted this, but the one of the Bernal and the Dadis, the funding was given to the DPWH of Pangasinan. So the construction is through the DPWH in consultation with the NCCA and the National Museum. But the three other laws were unfunded, even if we have submitted them in our NEP. For this year, we are submitting it again at for the initial study at 3 million each, hoping that we will, for the study pa lang po yung tatlo, oo. For the CNP and
For
yes,
building
these are
plans
not-
and all that.
Okay, these are newly enacted laws
yes,
without structures yet
yeah.
for the study and design. Because I mean the simple thing, it's very good, but it should be whoever authored it must provide the funding through an amendment. If it's a congressman, I think that representative must include it as a NEP amendment in the gap. Otherwise, it will be an unfunded law. Or we can support it if it's reasonable. Yeah. Okay. So it's good to have in Kalinga. It's good to have Cagayan de Oro. It's good to have in Biliran. It's good to have in Dagupan. Of course, we support that. But
Yeah.
what
But-
if we have 1,600? So what do we do? If
Yeah.
81 provinces and 1,600 cities, municipalities, I would love that. But where do we find the funds for that?
Chair. Actually, in the law, it indicates that it has to be funded through the general appropriations. But the initial establishment would be requested by the NCCA, and it would be the following funding that will have to be provided for in the GAA.
Thank you. For this page, we only have
3,
1, 2,
Three.
3, 4.
fourth is
Yes.
funded.
4. Okay, 4 lang, no?
Yeah.
Newly enacted laws, not yet up because IRR pa lang. And then you had recommended it to DBM, but you said it was cut. So you're looking for us in the GAA. We see. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
But ma'am, this has to really be discussed further because on one hand, it's good to have community centers or cultural hubs in the provinces, and we can plan it along those lines. But on the other hand, as you were saying, they can become 1,500, and we certainly
It's good. I would love that.
it's very good, though.
But
It's the
The
the issue that has to be the challenge there is if we are going to be coordinating this 1,600
because under
establishments.
the law, it's under you. It's not the LGU, right? So it's
Yeah.
your responsibility as NCCA.
So we I suppose we have to really plan it as a whole program.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Okay. May I just put this on record? I hope we don't keep on putting it in DPWH, putting a multi-purpose, having a new building. It would be preferred if it's an existing structure, an
Heritage
old
structure,
house,
Heritage.
an old DepEd building. We could just rehabilitate. An old space that we can just do adaptive reuse, right?
Yeah.
Just so that it's clear, Palacio de Memoria and the local government of Tagum are awardees of the Philippine Heritage Awards, really? Anyway, so I want to see the list and how we named Tagum City. I've been there. Palacio de Memorias, I think that's pretty well done. Rizal, it's a matter of taste. I may not agree with, doesn't mean I'm right. And Indigenous Knowledge Philippines, what is that? As awardees of the Heritage Awards. So I just wanted to see that. Yeah. Who are the judges usually for the Heritage Awards? NCCA?
Essentially from the members of the Subcommission on Cultural Heritage.
Ayun ng subcommission. Si Ivan. Okay. Sige. Thank you. Can we have the next page, please?
This page highlights basically the capacitation for our artists to continue their creation, even for some of the organizations. So here we have the policies for NPAC, the National Performing Arts Companies. We also have policies in the order of the national artist. There are some technical policies that were passed by NCCA, the Archaeological Impact Assessment, and the Joint Memorandum Circular between the DA, DNR, NCIP, and NCCA. This is particular to the GIAS, Nationally Important Agricultural Heritage Systems, or these are basically rice terraces complexes.
This is interesting. The nationally important agricultural heritage systems. Who designates a place as such? It says here DA, DNR, NCIP, NCCA. Do you meet and do you agree that a piece of property in a locality is a nationally important agricultural heritage system? And what is the responsibility of the local government if it's named as such? Is there a local ordinance of the LGU? Do I need to file a bill to acknowledge nationally important agricultural heritage systems? Or is it simply an executive function of the agencies mentioned here?
Ma'am, this is also one of the components of the heritage law. So we are at the level of the formulation of this joint memo circular. So we haven't implemented any programs for this matter.
This is important. Yes, it's nationally important. I want a list of all the agricultural heritage systems, sites. Director Cerudo mentioned about the rice terraces, but it's not limited to only rice terraces. While rice terraces are acknowledged as an important and unique agricultural style, system, technology, and it's not found clearly only in Ifugao province or not limited to the region of the Cordillera, because we have it in Western Visayas, in Panay. So to see the connection of how different indigenous peoples group, whether they're Ifugaos and what kind of Ifugaos are they, what are the different Ifugao tribes? From Kiangan or from Banawe or from Mayoyaw? Iba-iba ba yun? Ihambing mo sa San Remigio sa amin, ang lalayo. Ano sila? Iraynon? Bukidnon? Pero, how did they end up having similar technologies? Or maybe it's similar to the naked eye, to the non-expert, but it's different, right? And how many more? And these are just the terraces. So, moving forward, I would suggest, let's say, to have a not just a study, a book, even soft copy of all the rice terraces of the Philippines, whether it's in Bontoc, in Mountain Province, or not even the capital town, in others places in Mountain Province. In Ifugao, as I mentioned, in the UNESCO designated areas of, review again, Banawe, Mayoyaw, Kiangan, help me, 5 yun. Ha? Hingyon, 2 kasi ang Banawe, di ba? Batad at saka Bangaan. Yeah. So Banawe, Batad, Bangaan, Mayoyaw, Kiangan, Nagadakan, Nakadakan, Nagadakan. Okay. Nakadakan. Okay. Yun 5. 5 lang ba yun? 5? Tama ba ako? Kulang. Hungduan. In Ifugao?
Yes.
Baligkong?
No, Baligkong in Mountain Province,
Ay, Mountain
beside
Province.
Bontoc.
I think in one of our meetings, no? But it's not UNESCO. Was it declared by UNESCO?
No, it's national, NCT,
Tayo.
tayo.
Yes. Okay. So, it would be good, i-list nyo sa project. all nationally important agricultural heritage systems, including all rice terraces. I say it very loosely. There may be a technology, what it's called, but the terracing, and not just in Cordillera, but in Panay. Let's find out in Mindanao and see the commonality, right?
Ma'am, in fact, it's the documentation of the rice terraces as you suggested earlier. Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned it. So we put it in our wish list.
Why wish? Let's get it into our done list. I
Okay.
mean, get it done, right? Let's
Yeah,
get
but
it done.
and it's a good thing also to consult. There has been from if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves, there has been an UNESCO World Conference on rice terraces
Really?
in the Southeast Asia.
When?
It was, I think, in the 80s or the 90s.
Oh,
It includes Yunnan, Bali, all these
Yes.
other places.
okay.
that have
So it would be
extensive-
good. Let's do research.
Mm-mm.
Can you kindly, along with DA, because it says here, this is the heritage law, right?
Cultural heritage.
Under my culture mapping? I included the DA. Ayun pala eh. I included this under our cultural mapping law. That the DA is in charge of the documentation of heritage crops, products, technologies, agricultural heritage systems, and food sources that sustain local indigenous communities. So you should work together. So we see the NCCA and the culture agencies working with the DTI and OTOP, working with the DA. And which bureau of the DA does this provision of the culture map law, assuming they know this law even exists, assuming they're even doing this. So, yung mga question kong ganyan, please, NCCA, find out and reach out and get back to me before our plenary. And also my staff, alamin nyo. And then, let's come up with a documentation, even for soft, maybe hard copy, even of the rice terraces of the Philippines. Ibang ganda? Kasi ang akala lang ng mga bata or akala ng mga tao lang, rice terraces, Banawe lang eh. Hindi nila alam may hungduan. Hindi nila may yung mayoyaw. Akala pa ng iba, ang Banawe nasa Mountain Province. Iba nakakainis. Oh, meron din, rice terraces sa Bohol. Beautiful. See? And what kind of people did that? Right? Okay. Yeah. How interesting. Okay. The grants release system. May I be enlightened on the grants release system? Is this a NEFCA or iba pa yung grants? Number 14.
Actually, some of the guidelines that are here are essentially internal, but for the guidance also of our public. So the NCCA Grants program is under the NEFCA, which annually we are giving. As we move along in the different tasks of the NCCA, we are trying to isolate the the function of the NCCA as a grants, which is given to institutions, individual artists on the programs that they want to do. So we establish a system for that as a part of our ISO. Apart from the programs that we are calling as the institutional programs, which are implemented through the committees or in partnership with the cultural agencies. So this is really guidelines on how we process the different grants that are requested from the NCCA, starting with opening a call, which closes for 2025 is closing on August 30. And then the whole procedure,
Your call, Facebook,
Facebook, newspapers. We
All.
also conduct technical workshops for people to know how to write project proposals, how to develop
Kanila.
concepts.
like okay, for this year GAA 2024, how much is your NCCA grants funds?
100. It is NEFCA. It is NEFCA. Yes po, ma'am.
NCCA grants release is your NEFCA.
NEFCA po.
And the NEFCA comes from GAA.
Special fund po. Is the 10% share from TIASA,
Ah,
Travel tax.
10%
From the travel
share
tax.
from TIEZA,
travel tax.
travel tax, ano pa?
Currently,
GAA?
that's
Di ba GAA
no.
yan?
The GAA
No?
po is the these are programs that are coordinated by the secretariat through the different
Nothing here.
partners that are indicated also in the GAA kung kanino po siya to work with. So hindi po
So NEFCA just stays there. It's like a trust fund, and this is where your grants release comes
coming
from,
from.
right?
so,
And there is no provision every year from GAA for NEFCA.
Wala po,
It's
ma'am. Wala
always from TIEZA.
Yeah.
From the travel tax.
from the travel.
How
tax.
much is your NEFCA to date?
Today the NEFCA actually through the years it built because of the interest. There is a capital component. So the 10% of the travel tax collection is composed of 70% of it being used for the programs. Currently nasa ano po kami, nasa 600 million po yung collection, anticipating the collection of 2024. Which will be used for the 2025. But there is seed capital in the amount of
Okay, is it 500 million more or less, your NEFCA now?
that's the anticipated collection po for 2024.
And what's the minimum grant for NEFCA and the maximum grant?
The highest po that we give is 1M, but we go as low as 100,000.
An open call for information
po.
and you do the mainstream media and digital online, and the NCCA board decides, or is it just the chair or the ED who decides on the grants?
No, the planning and the identification of what will be the grants that will be opening is done with the different committees of the NCCA. Yes po, ma'am. So like we have 19 committees, so we have 19 different categories or areas or disciplines where they can submit some music, dance, all the 7 arts, and also all the other components in the different subcommissions, including the indigenous communities as well. So there's the planning that is done. They formulate what would be the priority program that they want for the following year. Then we put up a grants call. We print them, we put them online, we conduct the different workshops. Then after the deadline, it is being submitted to the committees as well. So from the committees, it goes to the subcom, and finally it goes to the board. So it is really a rigorous process of planning and submission as well.
Told here from LBRMO that NCCA sources its funds from the national government through GAA. So it's wrong. It's not GAA, right? They said none, zero. So that's why I wanted to
Ma'am,
clarify.
the grants are from NEFCA, but we also source GAA, the GAA for like PS, no, personal services. And then,
I'm confused.
and
The
in fact,
NEFCA is purely from TIEZA.
yes,
But you
ma'am.
have a grant system that's not from NEFCA, from GAA.
No. The grant system is purely from NEFCA. But we also source GAA for things like personal services. But NEFCA also contains also charged to what is also charged to NEFCA are things like 'di ba yung electricity natin?
Clarified. Zero from GAA. It's all from
With regard to the
NEFCA
grants.
is grants.
Grants.
All from NEFCA, which comes from TIEZA. Yeah,
So-
i-correct nyo yun. Mali yung binigay ko sa akin.
Ma'am, but there are
Yeah.
also regular programs like Gamaba, no, that is also charged to NEFCA. So we're trying our best. Every year we try to shift it to GAA because it's a regular activity.
Yun ang gusto ko maintindihan. Which of, everybody asks for grants, for assistance. Where does it go? Everything should be from NEFCA? Or do you have a grant system that is not NEFCA, but is GAA, and who manages that and what you call it? So that we understand it.
What comes from GAA, what we end up charging from GAA are things like the Gamaba, the ONA, and certain things. We want to charge it to GAA, but we are forced to charge it to NEFCA.
Okay. What you're saying is that you have programs which are regular
Yes, ma'am.
that are not granted
Yes, ma'am.
annually
Yes.
per GAA that you are forced to charge from
NEFCA.
NEFCA.
Yeah.
So it depletes your NEFCA.
Exactly,
What are
ma'am.
these? Example.
The National Artist Award and the Gamaba. The Gawad.
National
Monthly-
Artist Award. That's every 2 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
2 years.
No, that's yeah. It's but I mean, in other words, it's an ongoing project.
Yes.
It's done every year. I mean, it's
Mhm.
done.
So you're forced to get it from NEFCA because it's not provided.
Yes.
And Gamaba, the cash component of the Gamaba,
Yeah, and all the expenses of Gamaba, we have to charge it to our NEFCA. When it's when NEFCA,
kindly submit that to me so that I
Yes, ma'am.
understand.
that's
all
very
the
important
Gamaba.
point.
Okay, when you say Gamaba, the cash award of a manlilikha ng bayan. There's a cash
And
award,
also
right?
the preparatory, the ground research, everything
Yes.
is part
Ah,
is part
the
is-
research leading to the selection of
Yes,
the manlilikha ng
the
bayan.
background checks, things like that.
That's a program. It's not a grants release that should be charged to NEFCA.
Exactly. It
So
shouldn't.
kindly give me the provision of law or executive decision that created the NEFCA and what should it cover. And side by side with the Gamaba and the expenses of Gamaba. Because what you're saying is that the research leading to the designation or selection of a manlilikha ng bayan, the award, including the monthly or yearly
I think
allowances,
the benefits po, ma'am.
benefits, everything
Yes,
comes from
the
NEFCA?
stipend, the
Yeah, the
medical,
stipend. How much is a monthly stipend of a Gamaba?
50,000 each po.
50.
Yes.
Oh, that's not bad at all. 50,000 a month?
Yes, and to all the
Wow.
Gamaba
For
we
both the Gamaba
Gamaba and the
National
ONA.
Artists.
So a Gamaba receives 50,000 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good. Okay. So hindi natin pinapabayaan.
And there are hospital expenses, no? We also
Yes,
take
and
care
they
of.
can come to us for help. So every Gamaba and national artist has 50,000 a month. And you get this from NEFCA.
NEFCA.
Hmm.
But
Pero
in the
yung-
law of the
Huh?
Gamaba, it's indicated that it will be charged in the GAA.
It's supposed
Say
to
that
be
again.
to go to the GAA.
Paki-paki ulit. I didn't understand that.
In the law of the Gamaba, it's specified that the funding source should be the GAA. Hindi pa tayo nakita bakit natin why do we
Okay, so just kindly give me the NEFCA and then the Gamaba search, Gamaba selection. Gamaba cultural centers should not come from NEFCA, are they? Teka, search, designation, cash award, stipends monthly, Gamaba activities, Gamaba Cultural Center. Dapat lahat ng Gamaba may maganda na maintained na cultural center. When I say cultural center, hindi man kailangan makintab na malaking edifice. What I mean is, yes, center. That would house the heritage, right? Okay, that's all from NEFCA?
Yes po, ma'am.
Dapat
In fact, we
nakabuo.
also charge to NEFCA is also the part, sometimes the budget of the Met Theater, correct? Yeah, and then also even things like electricity.
Sige. Hindi pala ako author ng Gamabalo dahil bata pa ako nung na-enact siya. O, sige. I-review ko ngayon. I-review ko.
Thank you, ma'am.
Was together with the NCCA, the creation
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
Gamaba.
Yeah. So I'll review the Gamabalo, and if you think there should be an amendment to enhance it, we see. Or if it's just budgetary in nature, then we see. But the Gamabalo states that it should be funded from NEFCA? No. Eh, bakit yung kinukuha sa NEFCA?
Wala pong choice.
Ba't hindi nyo sinasabi? Sige, ito. Kaya nga, yung request nila ngayon. Ngayon lang.
Even
O,
po,
taon-taon.
I think
Pati-
last year in the past. Po, ma'am, the national artist was already charged at the, but not in the NEP. It's an amendment po.
We'll provide you with the information. Well, yeah, kasi we can.
Sid, next. Can we go back? So, where are we?
May suggest we go straight to the budget.
The line, the last line, Kakahilo, what are you doing? The last line was the grant system. Okay, the next page, please.
These are already the coordinative functions. And so we can just, I mean, we've done that.
I have a bill on Centro Rizal. Right?
Yes.
Please
ma'am.
study the Centro Rizal bill. What will change? Have you studied it? Based on my proposed measure in the House, Kong De Venecia also has, how will it change the present setup of the Centro Rizal? Would you know? Have you studied it?
Well, we looked into the bill and actually my latest version yata si Kong about Centro Rizal because it's an attached agency and
Attached agency of,
NCCA
ah,
NCCA.
it's up to you. Kung ayaw nyo, it's really okay. Kasi creating agencies is too much. It makes a bureaucracy heavy. If it's a program, give me your comments. Make it honest. Huwag kayong mahiya, huwag kayong matakot. Kung hindi maganda, hindi maganda. Ganun. Kung we leave it as such, as long as we support it, that's fine. Okay? Aralin lang nyo. Anyway, this is not the place for that. I mean, the time for that, but I just wanted to see.
We will give you again our
Yes,
comments
yes.
on this.
Okay. No, back there, please. Back. Okay. Okay. Local Culture and Arts Council. Under the
LCAS.
heritage law?
Yes.
Hindi naman lahat ng LGU meron yan.
Hindi pa po.
Sige. Philippine Cultural Education Plan. Under the heritage law? Meron ba tayo nito? Meron ba tayo nito? Wala. Pahingi nga. Nasaan?
under the
Tingnan
law.
ang plano nyo. Where is that? Do we have that? If we don't have it, just say so, then we should have one.
This is actually a big ongoing program, no, of NCCA. This is the program that handles the GDCE, the Graduate Diploma for Cultural Education for public school teachers. They have a number of big projects related to capacitating the
Can you
the
just give me
teachers.
a report, please? Do we have this plan? Because let's not put it here if we don't have it. If it's ongoing, then it's good. Please kindly give it to us.
Meron ito.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
My favorite, schools of living, schools for. Is it schools of, schools for living traditions? Of ba or for?
Schools for. Schools for.
Anong tama?
Schools for.
Schools for.
Schools.
SLTs. How many SLTs do we have? No. How many SLTs are existing in the Philippines, and how many have we supported?
Sure.
Ma'am, when we started the Schools for Living Tradition, these were just a 6-month program. So it's essentially soft program siya. But 5 years ago, we started with a more developmental concept of the Schools for Living Traditions, where we include already a center, establishment of a center, where we undertake the training for the schools it's 5 years because there's a component of the promotion of the culture and also development of products. So under the new program for the SLTs, currently we have 34 schools for living tradition, which were all supported by the good senator. And
Magsimula tayo. Ilan bang SLT sa Pilipinas? Rene, nasan ka, Rene?
and
Oo. Andiyan ka. O, sige, alalayan mo kami. I just want it on record. How many are the acknowledged, known, existing, still alive, even if it's endangered, schools of living traditions that we know of? Marichu or Rene or Eric? And all the other agencies, while this may not be about your agencies, but actually it is about your agencies, because everybody should listen and learn, and you should do collaborative projects with the NCCA with regard to this, whether your library or your DBM or your CCP or your archives, because I would assume that everything we're talking about should be known to each culture agency of the NCCA. Okay. Proceed, please, SLT.
ma'am, in the list, the updated list that we have 40, so we can submit this act.
Oh, there are more than 40 SLTs. There are 431 SLPs since 1995, right? Hindi lang 40. Yes. Right?
Yeah, ma'am, the 40 that we're referring to, these are the SLTs with the structure already. But when we started this in the 90s, these are just soft programs of 6 months. And correct po yung figure that there are 400 because we had been conducting the different workshops in the different cultural communities.
Lang. Okay,
Opo.
mahaba ito.
Mm.
Please give me an SLT report of all the 431. Meron na ba tayo nun? Just one-liners or two-liners of each SLT, and where is it located, and have interventions been made since the beginning of time. And during my time, indicate lang nyo, helped, supported, 1M, etc. What kind of help? Kung National Arts and Crafts Fair lang, hindi help yun. Ano lang yun? Kung anong nabigay na natin, ganun. At ito, kung lahat ba ng SLT ay tutulungan ko at bibigyan ng pondo, do we have the capacity for that? Baka naman hindi kaya. Matulog lang ang pondo. Hmm. Like,
Ma'am, we'll provide you.
I would love to have an exhibition of the 431 SLPs. Can we do that? Right. Kaya ba natin yun? Or baka naman itong 431 nasa listahan lang, patay na pala.
Ma'am, we'll work on,
gusto kong rinig ikaw.
we'll provide you a list. We'll provide you a report on the what you, as you requested.
Hindi na, itong karabing supported ko. Yung 431, buhay pa ba? Rene. Who's in charge of SLT? It's Rene? Okay, Rene. Oo. You can take off your mask there. Para lang maintindihan ko.
Morning po, Madam Chair.
Define SLTs.
SLTs are non-formal, community-based, community-managed centers of learning with cultural masters are who act as teachers, and the students from the community within the same community are the learners. So from what DED Teliano mentioned, we have more than 400 SLTs all over the country. However, you have supported 29 SLTs with structures. Before po kasi soft program lang, training, and then natatapos in less than 6 months. But your program now is supporting the sustainability of these 29 SLTs wherein we established structures. So ano talaga, ma'am, center talaga, venue for learning.
Maayos ang gawa.
Opo,
Kaya lang
ma'am.
29 lang, 431 to, nakakaiyak naman. Paano ko magagawa lahat yun?
For this year, we added another 6. So from the konti-konti, ma'am, kasi limited din yung ating
Yun na
funding.
nga, yun ang tanong
Kasi
ko sa inyo.
5-year program po kasi.
Gusto kong tulungan lahat pero hindi wala tayong capacity to help all, right? O di
Ma'am,
ba
your
mamatay na
plan
lang?
is
Oh.
to establish at least per region because we are doing per community. Now we're doing at least in one region kasi there are more than one community. So yun po yung ano natin, target. But I think for this year, for next year, we did not include it in the budget.
What kind of support should we give an SLT? Should we always have a structure? Hindi naman kailangan.
Previously,
palagi?
wala pong structure. Kaya lang po, so that the community will know that there's an
Yeah.
SLT, dapat po may permanent structure. Either i-enhance lang po kung meron silang vacant building. Most are given by the LGUs naman po yung land. Binibigay nila.
Ito, lista na lang nyo itong 431 and where they are located and what kind of SLT. What are the kinds of SLT? Okay, ang pinakaalam natin, weaving. O ano pa?
In one SLT, there are more than 3 art forms. So
Okay.
from the language as the vehicle for the
Language, the
transmission.
vehicle,
Yes,
and then,
and then,
it could be dye,
mm,
it could be what
three
else?
for the art forms: weaving, crafts, instruments, playing, performances, music, and other intangible heritage like epic.
Epic chants, SLT. Yeah.
Opo, lahat po yun.
Mm.
It should be more than 3 art forms po.
To qualify as an SLT, it should be more than 3 art forms.
Yes po. And then they should prioritize yung dyeing traditions, yung kailangang maisalin agad ng cultural master sa young learners.
Do we have an exhibition space? A part of the National Museum for Schools of Living Tradition?
Initially po, they're offering parang museum shop for the products to be
Also, to help
sold.
them, yeah. Why
In Davao po, we were discussing if they can put a space, reserve a space for intangible cultural heritage and the SLT, and they're also willing to give a space po in Davao.
Mm-hmm. Was the likhaan that we established pre-pandemic in Intramuros, but we closed it because of the pandemic, and now there's a crack in the bastion, what do you call it, the wall, that was supposed to be an SLT space, right?
they gave us space for the products to be displayed and to be sold po.
Yes.
Nakatulong po yung likhaan.
Pero nagsara na.
Nagsara
Oo,
po
kasi
ngayon.
we're looking for a space. May I know from the NCCA, kayo na mag-isip, how do we promote the SLTs more than just giving them financial assistance, putting up a structure, and recognizing the song and the chant and the weaves, etc.? How? I want it to be in the consciousness of the Filipino people.
Ma'am, it should also be a collaboration with other agencies like SLT in education. It should be integrated in the curriculum, and then other agencies can be promoting depending on their mandate.
Do we
We
have an SLT bill? Institute. I have a bill, kindly studied, the Institute of Living Tradition. Does this satisfy the SLT, or should I just change it to school, not institute? SLT.
SLT, ma'am.
Yeah,
Opo.
yeah. So can you kindly study it so that this is institutionalized? Sorry to interrupt you, but the bill should mandate, we'll change it to SLT, the preservation, the creation of structures where applicable, the documentation and annual funding, and also, but I want to do it now even before we enact it into law, I want a space for the regions to have SLTs and people to appreciate it, not just by watching, looking, but to actually hear it, feel it, touch it, live it, right? Experience it. How? You know.
Yeah. Originally, the SLTs are really geared towards local communities, no? So I think if we one way to, as you were asking, one way to strengthen them is to really think of them as regional centers, no? Or so we can probably design a program that pilots that. And may I say also that your bill for Institute of Living Traditions, that was really supposed to be the think tank for the SLTs. You know, they will the different SLTs, their experiences will be collected and reviewed, and policies will be generated by this think tank. So I suggest we design a pilot program for integrating the SLTs into a regional context,
Okay,
in a
ganito.
broader context.
First, I want to read, understand, see the 431. I've only supported, ilan ba? 40 or 29 lang? Eh, ba't sabi niyo 40? 29 lang. Paano naman yung iba? Ulila. Ay, nako. So I'll support more for next year as long as you have the capacity. And then, where can we have an SLT exhibit? When say exhibit, a physical exhibit, but what if it's chant and let it be part of it? Saan? Sa Met? We had that, right? Last time? May sound, yes. Yes. In a
If
space
there
more
will
accessible.
be a permanent structure here in Manila to feature all the SLTs, hindi lang po during a certain
Yes.
event,
Permanent.
year long, and then mas
I want an SLT space, venue. Oo, saan? Saan? Or per region.
if there is a vacant building that we can,
Yeah.
you were planning to do that, ma'am, to
Saan? Isipin nyo kung saan. Sa Intramuros or sa... Isipin nyo
Suggest
kung
we
saan.
work on this as
So
a
number 1, support for additional SLTs more than the 29. Number 2, the list of the 431. Saan yung report? Magaling siya. You don't give me like that. Una big one. Yeah.
Ma'am, may I
So,
suggest?
sorry, baka mawala sa isip. Yung 431, pangalan, saan siya, anong ginagawa niya, chant ba siya, kanta ba siya, pagkain ba siya, language, etc. Tapos, yung status niya, buhay na buhay, o patay, or supported, or what. And then, suggestion nyo. Kung di natin kaya sa lahat ng reyon, gusto ko lahat ng reyon. Pero kung anong kaya natin, isa sa Maynila, isa sa Kabisayaan, isa sa Mindanao. Or maski, it could be anything. Could be part of the National Museum, kung bigyan tayo ng wing, ng kwarto. Could be an old DepEd Gabaldon building. Ano dyan eh. Tapos sana, yung mga produkto ng SLT, para may income din yung mga SLTs natin.
Senator, may I?
Yes.
We were discussing among, how about the Folk Arts Theater?
I don't know if it's under me. Who owns
You know,
the Folk Arts Theater?
we own, it's nothing, it's the CCP owns it.
CCP.
So we're looking at actually
Wait, okay. I'm
renovating
glad
it.
you mentioned that. The cultural center owns the property. I haven't even seen it. Is it up? Is it still up?
Yes,
Is a foundation done? What is it?
it's still up, but it needs work, but it's up.
Oh, sayang.
And
Nobody
we'd
uses
like
it.
to use it for something similar to this.
Yeah,
because that's
no.
what it
Let's
was
make it
meant
the
for.
SLT center. Pwede. If you allow that, right? What is it? What is a folk arts theater used for now?
None, at the moment, nothing.
Sayang. So,
But we've provided funding for that, diba?
For the,
have
actually
to-
for the study,
You
yes,
still have
you
to have it downloaded to you.
Yes. So
for
we're
the-
looking at,
the
with
development
this,
study.
Senator, and Chair, we've discussed it with the original architects, the Luxin
Sige.
Group, and they will audit it.
okay.
Ma'am, we can work on a proposal or I mean a whole program for
Maganda
you.
yon. Nandyan na. Malapit dito. Sige. Ilagay nyo ano ang kailangan para i-retrofit yon, adaptive reuse, minimal, magandang banyo lang, linisin, architecture, audit ng kuryente, electrical audit, we see. It can be an SLT center
Yeah.
of all
In
SLTs.
fact, this year we have we've provided a modest fund for planning, and it still has to be downloaded by the
Okay.
CCP.
Yeah.
The
In
NCCA has
the
provided.
meantime, let's have, for October, an SLT exhibition either in the NCCA Intramuros, no, both. NCCA Intramuros in Little Gallery and in Metropolitan, and wherever you can in different
Okay.
NCCA
Yeah, we can
properties
work on that and we can
for
submit to you
October.
the
For October.
plans.
For IP month.
Okay,
Because an
October.
SLT is not necessarily IP, right? Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
Sige.
ma'am. We'll do
Okay,
that.
thanks. Again, time is, but it's important. Okay, national celebrations. What are these?
Yung mga like food month. all that.
National celebrations?
The national celebrations includes the National Arts Month, National Heritage Month, Literature Month,
Food
there's so
month.
many months,
Food
Food Month, Indigenous Peoples Month.
Okay, make sure every month is a celebration of culture.
Yes.
Sige. Dapat yung 12 months meron. So many months. Yeah. And then the NCA gallery exhibits. Okay, proceed the next.
And we also have yung sa program formulation and grants. So we extend grants through cultural mapping activities, the promotion of the National Values Program. We have the outreach programs, rehabilitation productions of the Met.
It's the pilot implementation of the framework on culture 2030. What is this?
Ito yan yung one indicator.
The Culture 2030 indicators, this is a partnership with UNESCO. These are indicators of the contribution or the role of culture in the realization of the 17 SDGs. So there is a framework that was done by UNESCO Institute for Statistics, and we are working on this together with the UNESCO. We are at the data gathering, but we're awaiting for UNESCO's methodology of interpretation.
Okay. So all of these are grants given to particular areas and programs. Uh, we move on to the next. Uh, uh, so these are the highlights of some of the accomplishments that we had over the past year. So 3 slides here pertain to the Pinya handloom weaving, the Aklan Pinya handloom weaving, which was listed in the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity list. And because of this declaration, the inscription, next slide, there were a number of activities that supported this. In fact, one major activity will be the exhibit, forthcoming exhibit this October in Paris. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't go. I can't go. I can't leave. So who's going for the UNESCO exhibit?
The
You're going.
first part will be me.
Okay.
The last part will be Chair Ito.
Okay.
Split it in two because it's a very long haul. So that
55.
Go back to Aklan Pinya.
Okay, we go to Aklan.
For everybody's information, the bill is pending, but it will be enacted into law this year. Is there a counterpart in the House? Make sure it's filed. Yeah, they should. They should file. Yeah, Kong Toff, I'm sure. Brother, I'm sure. Yeah, yeah. And then, have you visited the space that the LG was supposed to give to us for the Piña exhibition space? Not yet. Mm, who did, yes. Who did? Um, Two things here. First, it's not a matter of exhibiting beautiful piña. We must help the farmers, the pineapple farmers, so that they plant. Otherwise, even if you have handlooms, if you don't have the product, so we plant. And Shari, you handle that yourself with the NCCA, and I will provide the funding for all the farmers in Aklan and neighboring provinces if bagay ang soil, Antique, Capiz, Iloilo, etc., for that red Spanish pineapple. If it's just Aklan, so it's just Aklan. That's the source. We plant. We help the farmers. How? Kayo mag-isip. Financial assistance, collaborate with DA. Second, materials, the equipment. They know what to do. From the extraction, etc., the processing. And then, of course, a center. Madali na yung center eh. Handlooms, easy to do. But we must have the source. Okay? So, Shari, ikaw. And then, assign a focal in NCCA, work with DA and DTI, and we'll provide what's needed. But then, it's National Museum. Oh, where's Jeremy? NM is not under here. DepEd. Who's that handling the DepEd budget? I see. Okay. Okay. Sige. May also have a report on, aside from the Terraces or the Piña, because Piña is not exclusive to Aklan. There's Piña in different provinces. Yeah. In Luzon, can Piña thrive? Where? Camarines Sur. Ayun. Kung anong kaya nyong report, and then humingi din tayo. Kayo na, ikalap nyo mula sa DA. Okay. Sige.
So we'll
Proceed.
submit the report
Yes.
on sheer fabric. I don't know if we should include you see there are other fabrics as well, that fibers as well, that provide the nipis, no, like magay and abaca. So because these are not, to provide the fabric that we recognize as piña, the sheer fabric. There it can also be woven out of other fibers.
You're saying the pineapple is not just piña, but can be others. Of course. Yeah, kung ano yung output niya, if it's mixed with other fabric as well.
And there are also other fibers that create the sheer look of piña.
Other
is-
fibers which are not piña, but have the sheer look. But then what the UNESCO recognized was piña, right?
Yeah.
Not
But-
the piña look.
But I think it's
but
very
the piña.
important that we recognize piña not only for the fiber and the fabric, but also for that it stands for an aesthetics of the Filipino people, an aesthetics of sheerness, of maaliwalas, naaninag, and that it is in fact a symbol of globality, of globalism.
Importante nga magtanim.
Oh.
Kasi ang pinakaayokong mangyayari, mag-import tayo ng piña from China,
Yes, ma'am.
from
We
Vietnam.
we'll submit a report on this
Mm-mm.
to you. Can we proceed to the? I suggest we go straight to the Met Theater and the Carina, in the interest of time. May we?
So this is the situation of the Metropolitan Theater after the onslaught of the Typhoon Karina and southwest monsoon. So the deepest part was waist deep. That's in the orchestra pit, and the whole Met was a swamp. All the offices, particularly parquet floors, were
Hindi naman
heavily
swamp,
damaged.
lake naman.
Lake.
I'm certain that the canals, yung mga daluyan ng tubig, are clogged around it. So tayo na magkusa. Diba kung hindi ginagawa ng LGU o ng barangay, shertuhin natin lahat na nakapaligid, hindi nakastuck sa mga daluyan ng tubig. It's terrible. Yeah. Okay.
So we included this also, the repairs and rehab. We included this in our wish list also. The last part.
Purchase of flood barriers.
Why is it 25 Met and 10 NCCA? The Met budget is separate from NCCA?
The NCCA refers to the headquarters, the main building in Intramuros, because we also had our
Nabaha
share
din.
of kwan din. Not
Okay.
really baha, but the
Yeah,
galing
repairs.
naman sa taas.
Sa ceiling.
So,
May
ang Met
cracks
galing
sa
sa baba,
ceiling.
kami galing sa taas. The cracks and the seepage. So we continue with these awards and recognitions that we give out, no, to
Go straight na to the budget.
These awards and recognitions, have cash components, right? Are they coming all from
are the
NEFCA?
trophies.
NEFCA again? Or lahat galing sa NEFCA?
Yes.
Because yan naman tama.
Up.
Tamang galing sa NEFCA, right? Pero yung
Yung Gawad Manlilika National Artist,
sana nakahiwalay. Okay. So meron tayong Young Historian Award. Good. Bago lang yun?
uh, 20, I think early 2017 we started with it.
Okay, moving forward. So this was the announcement of the newly minted Gawad sa Manlilika ng Bayan awardees. So 9 awardees. So these are some more activities of the national. Next slide, please. NCCA Culture, Arts and Values Summit. Next slide. We have the International Conference on Cultural Statistics and Creative Economy. And these are the preparatory meetings of the Philippine core team for the Frankfurter Buchmesse 2025. So we continue with our participation to the Venice Art and Architecture Biennale.
On the left is the Biennale for architecture, on the right is art. Next slide, please.
Culture and Diplomacy, we have the main program of Centro
We just put
Rizal.
it on record that when I first envisioned the Philippines' participation in the Venice Biennale in 2012 or 13, it was in the Department of Foreign Affairs hearing. And obviously, we were not present and nobody seemed to know. And even the NCCA did not even attempt to participate. No one's fault, because it was probably not in their consciousness or radar, or because of the lack of government support. And so that was 2012. Our first participation to the Venice Biennale has been since 2015, and we're funding you in 2025. It would be 10 years, so let's have some celebration. At the same time, let's ensure that the integrity of the process is continues. I hope to be here till 2028 and beyond, supporting that. Pero isama na natin yan na hindi na kailangan amendment to amendment. It should be part of the NEP already, right? It's already in the NEP. Should I? Wala na naman. It should be part of the NEP.
Yeah, it should be part. Or
Yung
actually,
submit tinanggal, Mina. Ay, naku,
ma'am,
paano kanina ba
it could be
tinatanggal?
sana in the GAA.
No, it should always be in the NEP and then carried already to the GAA, so that
Yes,
it's already a habit, so that
it's
what if I'm no longer around?
It's institutionalized.
It must be institutionalized, yes. And you may wonder why NCCA is involved, because I put you there. Because originally it was the DFA supposedly under cultural diplomacy. If there was more, how do you say it diplomatically, more proactive, visionary work in our departments of government, we should have had this long ago. Unfortunately, that's not how it is. And unless a lawmaker amends it to include it as part of the budget, but it's not mere budgetary, it's really deeper than that. But having said that, it's a DFA, and I put NCCA there so that you're partners. But actually, the heart and soul of the Venice Biennale rests in the NCCA. While it was in the hearing of the DFA where I asked it 12 years ago, it ended up really as an NCCA project. And I'm glad I put the NCCA there. Not that the DFA could not handle it, but maybe let's put it at that, because whoever heads a cultural diplomacy, they don't seem to embrace it as a project. because perhaps the people are rotating and they go abroad. So why am I saying this? So that the NCCA, please take care of this, because to bring us back there was a monumental Herculean effort. So even if I'm no longer around, ensure the Philippine participation both in the art and the architecture Biennale.
Yeah,
And
thank
same with
you, ma'am.
the Frankfurter Buchmesse. Again, it should have been an initiative of the Department of Education then. But again, the agencies of government have more than enough challenges in education. And the book board, as a small agency, never had a budget for that. So we can't blame anyone. Again, another Herculean effort to bring it there. Why is the NCCA there again? I put you there so that it's not just DepEd, NBDB, but you again, the NCCA, and all the attached, the cultural agencies would help. And while we are the guests of honor next year, and then it would take a long time before become GOH, but there's a lot of activities on the run-up to October 2025. So even after, pangalagaan nyo. Ba't ko sinasabi yan? 2 major na programa ang binigay ko sa inyo. Venice Biennale at Frankfurter Buchmesse at marami pang ibang darating. Pangalagaan nyo whether I'm here or not. Please. And that's really a gift to the nation. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, we'll do our best.
Okay, so we have the cultural diplomacy, and we now move on to the utilization of funds.
Culture and diplomacy, what is that?
Well, basically the number of signed agreements. So we accomplished like 6 legal instruments signed, 57 international meetings, 75 culture and diplomacy programs implemented, and 38 Centros Rizal sites were assisted.
I want to understand, the Central Rizal is under the DFA, but the NCCA works with the DFA, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
very often we provide them the content,
The content.
whom to send, what materials to promote, whenever they would request, particularly during Independence Day celebrations.
Usually it's just a space, right? Maybe a bookshelf or a room.
Yes. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Can people be more creative? I would like to see more passion and creativity rather than, Central Rizal, let's comply with the law. Okay, ilang libro. Pag Independence Day, okay, sumayo ka dyan. Come on. I mean, I'm being sarcastic because I want to see more passion, creativity, in the implementation of these laws. In fact, during these hearings, dapat nandito ang cultural diplomacy ng DFA. Kasi ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno dapat nag-uusap-usap. Oh, bakit pa ganun? Anyway, namang ginagawa nila. Ano bang ginagawa ng cultural diplomacy ng DFA? Walang nangyayari eh. Do they coordinate with you? Whoever heads it, paiba-iba. Then, if we don't think of projects for them to do, they don't do it. Or Sharif? Yeah.
Ma'am, we're
Diba?
working naman
Nag-isip
with
pa sila?
with the DFA.
Diba? Alternative law, nag-isip pa sila ng trabaho nila yun eh. Hindi eh. Kaya ako naiinis. Pasensya na. Ay, naka-Facebook live ako. Oo, natotoo naman eh, kasi dapat nag-iisip eh.
Okay.
Natutuwa ako sa NCCA. Marami kayo, may history award, may ganito. Yung considering yung malit yung budget, malikhain kayo. May SLT, may gamabang, may ganun. Dapat yung cultural diplomacy ng DFA, kinakarga yun. Tapos sa mundo.
we have now the utilization of funds. Next slide. So this is how we performed. So as of December 31, 2023, from our GAA fund, obligation rate of 88% and disbursement of 70%. No, while for this year,
What happened to your 34 million? Why was it unreleased?
alin yan? Yeah, yung 30 million sa buwak.
The 10% or the 34 million that is left, actually, they are pushed now to the 2024. One of the projects has a bit of a problem where, because we bidded it out, the publication of the Usapang Wika. So anyway, opo ma'am. Opo. It's ano na po, we are already,
Carried over.
oh, okay. So, but it's already completed and we are issuing already notice to proceed. But we have one big project with Boak Marinduque, which is that of restoration of certain structure. I think familiar po si Edie.
Again, the 34 million is Usapang Wika books.
9 lang po din sa atin doon.
Yes.
Then
Usapang Wika na libro.
Opo.
Okay na po yon. Okay na yon.
We have settled already the problem in the
Okay.
bidding
What's the
process.
other? What's the Marinduque project?
That's one of in Boak Marinduque, which is on structure, but we have some problems with the local government unit
Whose amendment is that?
of former House Speaker.
Okay. So it's not your NEP. It's not your
our-
program. It's
an
a
amendment.
budgetary amendment and
Oh.
insertion. Sayang naman.
Kaya
Ba't
nga
hindi
po
nila
kami-
gawin?
We are continuing to meet with the local government to
Mm.
be able to, before the end of the year.
You can't
parang-
utilize the funds for something else.
We cannot po because it is indicated in the.
So why doesn't the initiator of the insertion utilize it?
I think parang yung una pong na-release ng 2022 enough na.
O di sayang.
Opo. Pero
Sayang.
we cannot
Yan
use
yan
it
ang-
otherwise.
Sige.
po.
Basta remember, all my amendments, please, gamitin nyo. Wag sayang, up to the last centavo. Yeah, thank you.
We can proceed to the
Section 6.
let's proceed to section 6 as requested. Okay, so next slide. Now we divided this presentation to like 10 areas, major issues and concerns related to the NCCA programs. Then the first column will highlight the issues and concerns. The second, what are the programs to address these issues and how these programs are aligned to the Philippine Development Plan for Culture and the Arts, the one that we submitted to Malacanang. So the first concern refers to the vulnerability of many of our cultural properties to disasters and to many of these demolitions. Now, we continue to do conservation management plan programs. We also provide technical assistance. We have the implementation of the NCCA Cultural Recovery and Resiliency Program, very well received by the Climate Change Commission. And we continue to do the rehabilitation of the Met and the NCCA building.
Program with the Climate Change Commission.
We submitted to them the plans, especially on those that are affected by earthquake, disaster, like typhoons, and even man-made. So we have a program especially that is related to our heritage structures and some initiatives on mitigation of climate change, utilizing the traditional.
What expected of them?
That we can utilize some of the indigenous knowledge system for that.
This is all you're saying is that indigenous knowledge for disaster
Yes, po, ma'am.
risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation.
Yes, po, ma'am.
Indigenous knowledge for resilience.
Yes, po, ma'am.
Have they come up with it?
We are the ones coming up with the program. So we submitted it to them for
Oo.
their
Review.
concurrence.
Ah.
So they
Maganda
have
yun.
given it to us. So we are
Binalik na sa inyo,
with
hindi ba?
yes po. Tapos so we are coming up with the modules with Sir Ino and Sir Eric. And this we will download to the different local government units.
This is your organic funding or is it an amendment?
This is po under the, we are taking this under the NEFCA po.
Under your NEP. Maganda yun. Oh. So using indigenous knowledge for resilience. Can we have a copy of what you're about to print? Are you going to print it? No.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, not now.
Yes.
Yes, whatever your collaborative program on resilience, kindly give us a copy so we take a look. And what is your intent? To download it to LGUs for them to know? What is it? Just post it on your website? What?
And I think what is good is we should be able to roll this out, no? Because along the way we might be able to encounter more creative ways, no? To it's really prototyping some of this so that they'll be able to share also their experiences. So mga modules talaga.
We're coming up with it with training modules, no? That for pilot training modules.
Training modules utilizing indigenous
Knowledge
knowledge.
systems,
And
practices.
also heritage inputs because of the idea that many heritage structures are only are no longer viable because of the change in environment. At this point, ma'am, may I suggest that the different priorities will be touched on when we discuss the proposed budget for 2025. So let's move to section 7.
Yeah, ikaw naman. Sure.
So to continue on, this is what we had proposed under the NEP. So in 2024, we have from GAA, these are essentially amendment. So you have 487 million. In 2025, we have submitted a proposal in the amount of 1.1 billion covering all the programs that we have cited as priorities. But we were only approved 74.55 million, which essentially covers the PS, the MET operations, and 4.2 million of capital outlay. Under the NEFCA, we submitted, we had approved budget in 2024 in the amount of 500 million. We proposed for 226.91 million, but it was reduced to practically the same amount, that of 2024. We would like to note that the 426 million point 92 is a capacity of our NEFCA to provide the funding for this. So we are requesting that the amount that was reduced in the amount of 26 million will be restored. But for the GAA, because the 74.55 does not include any project at all, this is just on the PS and the personal services, and then we have the MET. It does not even cover the MOOE for the permanent personnel. And well, the repair of the MET is included. Well, there is 31.84 under that 74, which is for the MET. So essentially, all the programs that we had been discussing are not funded as we have requested them from the GAA, including the National Artist, the NCCA, the Gawad Manlilikha ng Bayan, and all the rest of the long list that we had been. So we have submitted in.
I'll interrupt you there.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
The 800M, please put it in the order of priority.
Okay.
And please include what is still possible for use of NEFCA. So 'cause clearly I cannot fund 800, but definitely the GOH I'll do that and the others. But in order of priority, anong pag hindi ilagay ikamamatay? Ano ang pwedeng kuning sa NEFCA? Ano ang pwedeng, ganun. Okay, thanks.
Actually po, the next slide is already the list according to the priority po, ma'am. So, we are requesting under,
Yeah, and I linked you already with DPM, with Sec Pangandaman. Si Mina, she was with us from before. Napagbigyan na kayo, hindi pa?
actually po, ma'am, we would like to express our gratitude for that.
O,
The
napagbigyan
60 that we have
Alala mo,
requested.
nandun pa tayo sa 6th floor
Yes po, ma'am.
boardroom.
Opo.
Oh,
Oo.
yun. So,
But
meron
we've
na.
given already the 20. Kasi
Okay,
they
kulang
told
pa.
us na. Yes,
Ilan
the
pa?
rest of the 40 po. Ito yung nire-request po
40.
namin. Opo.
Tawagan mo naman si Mina. Text mo.
I think it needs emphasis that the NCCA is functioning mostly on contractual and project-based personnel. No, we still do not have our own.
Requested for that, and they were telling us that it will be given in tranches. So we have the 20, the first 20. So we are requesting for the rest of the 40. That's why we included it here already. Ma'am of NEFCA, this will be charged to the NEFCA, which we can afford to support financially. So our request is just to be able to include this, no, in the approved budget for 2025, so that it can also lessen what we are asking from the GA.
Aaralin ni Attorney Doblon at saka kayo yung NEFCA use. Nasabi nyo, hindi dapat sa NEFCA dahil walang GAA, NEFCA. So ano talaga yung pwedeng NEFCA? Ano yung GAA? Yun. Tapos, ano yung plantilla na hindi sa NEFCA, hindi sa GAA, pero hahabulin sa DBM kung pwede this last quarter. Okay? At ang sinasabi, Attorney Doblon, basta lahat ng NCCA culture agencies ka. Sige.
The end po.
Yung program documentation of all rice terraces, meron na pala.
Included it po in our submission, but
Sure.
it's not approved as
Took
well.
note of your suggestion last time and we developed a program for you.
Thank you. Sige. Okay.
Yeah, is also, according to the law of NCCA, it should also be charged to the GAA. NCCA po. National Art Music Arts. It's not funded as well. But it has
Or again, we'll have to take it from
Again,
NEFCA. So you take note that it includes the rehabilitation of the Met and NCCA building, the Philippines as guest of honor at the Frankfurt Fair, NAMSHA, the Venice Biennale, and the development of materials for promotion of Filipino values. But it also includes the four local museums. And also our Tagalog support program for the cultural support program for the Pasig River Rehabilitation Program.
Let the congressmen who authored their laws make it their amendment in their BICAM. Bakit sa Senate? I'd be happy to help, but when you author a law, you should be responsible for funding it. Like, I don't think of the participation in the Venice Biennale and look to someone else. Can you fund it? No, I find the funding. Like the GOH, I provide the funding. So let the authors fund it. It's small. They can. They can build bridges and other FMRs,
Yeah, we'll do that,
Right?
ma'am.
Ma'am, we are reaching out to them po.
yes.
We just
Otherwise, every congressman will have his own cultural center, ask us for, which is good, which is good. Sana nga, ang kada mayor, governor, may mga ira naman yan allocated for culture right? So, bigyan mo isa, pwede pala, gagawa ko ng batas ko. Di mga ka ng 300 batas. Tapos lahat, yung vice chair ang magupondo. Kunin nila sa kanilang allocation. Billion sila Puro flood control. Ano ba yan? 3 million. Pwede naman Diba? Hindi masama flood control, binabaha What's Laguna de Bai Heritage Conservation and Community Education Program?
That's
Laguna de Bai,
that's a program that highlights the role of Laguna de Bay as a cultural hub and interaction region of
Whose
the Philippines.
idea is it? Whose amendment? What is
No,
it?
it's a program generated by the NCCA.
Yeah. So that I understand that better in my decision, maybe put a little background on each.
Yes, ma'am.
What is proposed by a lawmaker, either Senator House or an LGU as a proponent or an NGO somewhere, or generated among you. Para
Yes, ma'am.
maintindihan ko.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. What's Budayaw?
Budayaw Festival.
What's Budayaw?
Yung Budayaw, yung BIM. That's siya.
And then the Manila Central Post Office, I'm supposed to be the chair of the oversight. But it's already TIEZA and DOT that's taken the lead, right? So why do we have to provide for this? It's TIEZA who should provide all the funding.
NCCA is actually the co-chair.
Co-chair.
Yeah,
But
so
TIEZA is supposed to fund everything, right?
um,
Can you please see
we'll
the,
check that. We'll check.
yes? There was a MOA, right? The long pending MOA, which was finally signed. And the TIEZA is in charge with NCCA there to ensure that the structure adheres to the heritage law. But all funding was supposed to have been TIEZA, in my understanding. And then the private sector will come in to lease the space, I think.
Supervise the
Yes.
the
So
cultural
why are we
heritage
funding it?
values. Well, we were just preparing because they
Yeah.
may
So
they may
kindly give
request.
us the rationale for each project request, because
Yes, ma'am.
we don't even know that 30 million is 30 million. Yeah. Can I have a bathroom break? 15 minutes. You can walk a while. It's 12:30.
Ma'am,
Okay na kami.
ma'am, we're actually almost at the end. It's pretty much yeah. So after this, the other agencies can come in. Yeah. Oh, trivia
Everybody-
test.
Yes,
What
everybody
does
stays. Give me 15 minutes, please.
okay, yes, ma'am.
Yes, and I'll be back, right?
Yes, ma'am. What does SLT mean? Kain na.
EZA. So I want to understand that because I don't. So I don't want it to be wasted funds. Okay, sige. We go to the next agency.
Archives.
Archives. Okay. Archives office. I want
Guazon
to visit
Street
all your
in
offices, huh?
yeah, in Guazon Street in in Paco, near the Nagtahan Bridge.
Okay. You own the building?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
beautiful.
finally.
Is it a nice building? I haven't
Not
even been to your
really.
office. Huh?
It's not the nicest.
No, but are you? I thought you were building already.
Yeah, we're fixing our headquarters
Where?
in Intramuros, the Intendencia.
That was from my second or third term, right? The one near the river, no?
Yes, the one near the river.
Yeah. So you finally got it,
Yes.
and that's funded, right?
Yes.
Oh, ganda nun
We
siguro.
received another 400 million plus this year.
It's already from the organic budget, no? No
Yes.
more amendment.
Yes.
Very good. Who's doing it?
Architect,
Architect? Who's the builder, contractor? Who's the?
Monocrete, the Monocrete, the
What's that?
construction company.
They're good at those things.
Yes, they've done the projects before.
Sino ang architect supervising it?
Right now, well, our former architects for Sina Lorelai, what is last name of Lorelai? Debiana, Debiana. Well, she's done, di ba, Eric? She's also done heritage projects before, no? Oo. So I'll begin. National Archives of the Philippines.
Okay, we recognize Chair Ino Manalo. Proceed.
Can you give out the annual report? Here's our annual report, and we gave a copy. Please distribute them to our sister agencies. As you know, we can easily have one of the most beautiful annual reports because we have all these maps to illustrate it, no? Okay, so I'll go straight to our, again, just to emphasize to everyone, that there is no disposal of records possible without permission of the National Archives. And that is why what's very important, and I think you can all say together, that we service every single government agency all over the country. So I'll skip now to the highlights of 2023. Okay, so we've been doing MOAs with the government of Cebu, and we hope to open a archive center in Cebu City using in the old museo ng Cebu Sugbo building, no? And we've set up as an innovation, we've set up the Philippine Pandemic Response Archives, because someday the archives the COVID pandemic will be a section of history that will be important to us. And we have also we passed on this project to ASEAN, and our sister archives in ASEAN are also working on their own pandemic archives. Okay, then we're now ISO certified, and we just finished our our revalidation, and we got it again. And now I like to briefly just tell the senator about our creative industries workshop. By the way, to the library and to the other agencies, we'd be very happy to conduct a exhibit design workshops using your materials, how to do workshops using your materials. So we're pointing out that archives is not just for historians, it's also for designers, it's also for writers and all other fields, no? Next, one of our exhibits was, of course, is Espacio Imperio, which was opened. The ribbon was untied by the senator, and we also provide exhibit assistance to other agencies like the DOF and the DOLE. And in fact, parang naging suki na kami kasi mura lang kami magsingil.
Do we have a permanent archives exhibit
Well, we
in the
have,
National Library, in the National Museum?
in the other agencies we don't, but we have small pocket exhibits in our building.
Something more accessible to the public.
We could, we
Good.
well we brought up to the National Museum that we'd like to do a big exhibit on Manila because we've just found beautiful record, they're stored in our
Yeah,
repositories.
it should be seen.
Yeah.
But when you do a National Museum, it's not going to be a permanent exhibit.
No, it won't be.
Mm.
We'll have to ask the National Museum, but we plan to do a big exhibit on Manila
When?
probably by this November.
Okay, good. And you have the
October
materials
pa.
for that.
So they want it in October because it's already ready. So we'll be
Do
putting up.
you
in
have
October.
archival materials on Panay, Western Visayas?
Yes, ma'am. We've done an exhibit on Iloilo and Panay. That was and it was held in the old government, the old Casarial, the old provincial capital. But
Mm.
again, it's closed. It closed down, and but we have the images available if anyone were interested. And
Mhm.
our past exhibits are put on our website. There's always there's a section on our exhibits.
We should have a permanent standing exhibition in the National Museum of our archival collection. Is there space?
We could do that. And then eventually in our new headquarters, the Intendencia, there are 2 galleries dedicated for our collection.
Can you work with Jeremy on a permanent space? At kung walang permanent space, at least some exhibit, Manila or other areas for this year.
And we've already put out 2 books, one on Ilocos and the other one on Cebu, of our maps and plans of Cebu.
Can I have a copy of those books? Where are they
Yes,
available?
ma'am. We'll give it to you immediately.
Published by government?
Published by the National Commission, by the National Archives, and one was in cooperation with the Ilocos Sur government. The other one was in cooperation with with
Okay.
University of San
How
Carlos.
much does it cost to publish one book? Let's say Ilocos government. Because you have the materials, it's a matter of putting it together, right?
Yeah, it comes out to about 2,000 to 2,800 per volume.
I mean, the budget.
So, yeah. It depends on like for example, when we work closely with the University of San Carlos, they take care of the printing, so it's not so expensive. It's
Okay.
about-
So why don't we do as a project of the archives, National Archives, regional catalogs, regional books of archival materials of that region. Because
Okay.
you said you did Panay.
We did Panay,
That's
we
only
did-
Iloilo.
but that wasn't published.
Let's publish it.
Okay.
Let's do whatever you have. Let's say Cordillera, the archives of the Cordillera. Let's say you do Region 1, the Ilocos region, including Sur, Norte, the Union, Pangasinan. Let's say you do Panay. Panay and Negros or just Panay? The Negros provinces, Oriental, Cebu, Bohol, Region 7.
Yes, ma'am. We've also done a Negros exhibit. It was in the
For
Negros
example, you
Museum.
did this Mindanao ito, di ba? So, maybe we shouldn't do it regional. You can just do it island clusters, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao.
Yes, ma'am.
Diba?
We hope to come up with a book on Mindanao. The thing is to find writers kasi who will do.
Okay, what can you do? I want sana for 2025, that you do a Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. I wanted regional, pero baka
No, we
Hindi
can,
kaya.
we're really working on the series, and recently it was pointed out to us that it's not so important that we have accompanying essays, but that we have, we show the maps, we show the illustrations. Yeah. So that would,
hard copy documentation that we will give to all libraries of the country. That's why I want all agencies present so that it will also be a national library project. So, anong gusto nyo? Kayo mag-decide. Per region, marami yon. Or Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao
so
lang.
we can
Or
do,
kung-
we can do per region.
Per region ang gusto ko eh. Kasi iba naman ang Central Visayas, ibang Western.
Except there's some regions that we might be broader, like Northern Mindanao. I mean, it might not correspond exactly to the present.
O sige, kung ano lang kaya nyo. So,
Opo.
let's say, sabihin na natin, next year, ang gawin nyo, meron na kayong Ilocos. So,
We could go ahead with the Iloilo book. I'm sorry, the
that's a
Panay,
province
the
lang.
Panay book.
You should complete Panay.
Yes,
Sige,
ma'am.
let's do Panay. And that would mean archives of Capiz, Guimaras,
Yes.
Iloilo City and the
Yes.
province, Aklan, and Antique. Whatever archives. Let's do that. I'll fund that. Western Visayas. And then,
we can base it on the book you produce also, that yung sa mga kabundukan, ano?
Yes.
Mga
but what I
kabundukan
did was
hanggang sa karagatan.
coffee table, mabigat eh.
Oh,
Gawin nating ano lang, ganito. Huwag nang mabigat
okay.
na coffee table.
Yeah.
Parang catalog, parang yung aking hibla ng lahing Filipino. Can I get a copy?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am,
have a hibla? Something like this.
wala kayong dala. Si Bubu.
Huwag nang mabigat na coffee table. Something madaling dalhin. Penging hibla. Kopya ng hibla. So gawa tayo ng Western Visayas. Gawa tayo ng Region 1. Ang Pangulo na tayo. Taga Ilocos. At saka sino mo naman Ilocos. Meron na kayo. Gawa tayo. Kung anong meron kayo na kaya nyo nang gawin. Let's say, Southern Tagalog. I'm sure marami kayo. Batangas, Laguna, Cavite. Let's do Region 4A, Southern Tagalog, Region 1, Western Visayas, at pumili kayo ng rehiyon sa Mindanao. Yun na. Kaya nyo. Sige. Kung anong kaya sa sinabi ko for 2025, I'll put the funds. And then, mag-exhibit tayo sa National Museum or a space that you prefer by October. Yes. Di ba sabi nyo Manila, kaya na nyo? Oo. Okay, proceed. And in this project of the archives, we'll make it a partnership with the SUCs kasi they may have archival materials. And because kulang kayo ng writers, so maybe they can help.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. The next is just go on to our international linkages. We work closely with Southeast Asian archives and with Latin American archives. And finally, number 9, that's the restoration and conservation of the Intendencia building. We hope to inaugurate it in 2027. 2027. Yeah. We promise to do it before CCP.
Hear that? What was that? Sorry.
I said we promise to open ahead of CCP.
What?
No, and then the good thing about this, quickly lang, can you go back to the Intendencia, is that it will integrate exhibit spaces, function spaces, and a beautiful lecture hall that's based on the museum in the Biblioteca Palafoxiana in Mexico. Okay, for reconsideration, next slide. Next slide, sorry. Next slide pa. So these are very quickly. We are requesting for additional plantilla bear in mind that right now we only work with a complement of 8 people for the entire Visayas and 9 people for the entire Mindanao. And so we're asking for more, and yeah. Ma'am, we requested assistance from your office to help us talk about this with the DBM, and I'm happy to report that they have called us to a meeting next week to discuss the plantilla. And then we're working on a NAP digitization, ongoing ito, because right now, again, may I say to all our sister agencies na our reading room is open because all these historians that don't want to go to all the students that are
May
they-
just a very basic question. What's used for digitization? What do you call the machine?
scanners, but
Ordinary scanner?
we have special scanners which are called planetary scanners or overhead.
Planetary.
Yeah, they're so that you don't have to invert the paper on a flat bed. You simply take the picture from a overhead. So that's
For personal or home digitization, this can be used.
yes.
It's low tech. I mean, it doesn't take an expert
It's
skilled
best
person.
that you rent it from the supplier so that you don't have to maintain it, and then you don't have to do you don't have to get rid of it when you're done. You can contract a supplier to digitize for you, so you don't have to worry about training, about everything.
Why? It takes a skill.
Yes.
It's not a matter of.
Yeah, we have to do both because we need to also be in the forefront of digitization. So our budget here is 18 million. Our budget here is 18 million. That includes about 2 to 3 million, about 2 million plus for the Kulyon archives, which we just declared, by the way, to our sister agencies. We just declared it a national cultural treasure. But this project was assisted by the National Historical Commission, but now we've already pushed it to become a national cultural treasure, and we will be finishing the digitization that was started by the NHCP. And then we're trying to buy more property for our Central Luzon office, to be the archive center for Central Luzon and NCR. We're trying to purchase property also in the Visayas, in Cebu. Take note that all your records eventually you can transfer to us, and that's why we're buying properties all over the country as storage, no, and as archive centers. Finally, we're rehabilitating the 2 properties that we have bought in Davao, far from the sea, I think, and then also we are requesting.
Do you have a model archive center of ginagawa yung intendensya nyo? Is it in your office or one of those pictures you showed, no, but you haven't acquired any? Or a private archive so that I can visit and see how it's done? Small community archives.
No, we don't have. Yeah. Well, you eventually the top of the line, of course, would be, since hindi pa kami tapos, the top of the line archive abroad would be the Singapore archives. We can easily arrange visit for you.
Available in the Philippines.
Well, one of our most commendable archives is the UST archive, or the the Archdiocese of Manila archives. These are in its completed forms, and they're very good examples of archives, no? But of course, you can also visit our archive and we can show you our operations. Yeah. Okay. And then
Ano ang ideal na klima sa archives? Hindi malapit sa laot, sa karagatan.
yes, it's away from the sea.
Pero like Tagaytay, Maginaw, no?
Yes,
Nagbubukbok,
well,
amag.
it's not so
Amag
much na Maginaw. Maginaw is actually okay. But
Umaapat
it's
sa
the
Tagaytay,
dampness.
the dampness.
And the same thing goes for Baguio. And to large extent naman, if as long as it's clean and away from pests, they should stabilize in their current context. Nagsastabilize din yan.
You're not limiting your archives only to hard copies being digitized, but also film and video being transferred to digital.
There's just a few films, but generally we accept films if they are part of the records of an agency. But artistic films are kept by another agency. The film, yeah. What we also have started doing, what we've also started doing is purchasing photographs and acquiring photographs. Ma'am, we've also been purchasing old photographs, and we've also been digitizing illustrations from old books.
That planetary digitization machine is what you use even for old books and photographs? No.
Yes, it's the best for books so that you don't have to break the spine. The spine will not get broken.
Per page, no?
Yeah, but of course, the one who can also advise you regarding books, the scanning of books is the National Library.
We get to you later.
Yeah.
Are you using the same machine? What do you call it? Planetary?
Overhead.
We're using the same machine, ma'am.
Ang tawag, planetary?
Planetary.
Planetary or overhead.
O overhead?
yeah.
Overhead. Hmm.
Book
It's-
scanner for
Book scanner. Because it's automatic.
Sumagot na.
There are different models, ma'am.
Okay. We go back. Ganito lang, simple. Yung ating
ma'am.
gagawin na archives. Give. Ito.
Yes, ma'am. We'll show you the Cebu book and the Ilocano, the
Patingin
Ilocos
din.
book.
Yeah.
It looks
Simple lang, pero
somewhat
wag na yung
similar.
Ginawa ko dati na mapibigat na, doblin to, lalaki.
Yung
ang
kabundukan
bigat-bigat.
ng karagatan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much it. But we just want to say that because we are handling 18 million Spanish records, it's the largest Spanish
Ilan? How many?
18 million Spanish records. It's the largest collection of Hispanic records in Asia. We need to continue our Spanish language training. We need to continue our Spanish language training so we continue to fulfill our international obligations. But we also send people on 1 month courses to learn Spanish in Spain. So for example, Jackie Delgado. Jackie, can you stand up? Quickly, Jackie. Jackie will be going to Spain, no? For a month to be studying Spanish and studying archival procedures in the Spanish archives. Okay, and then we have an ongoing records management training programs and innovations.
Kindly give us just a 1-day seminar on archiving.
Sure.
Pwede yun?
Yeah.
1 day or pwede?
Well, it's better to
one
have
morning.
a broader background, so it can be a weekend.
Ay, nako, yung mga taong yan, weekend, papagtrabahuin mo.
We'll find a way to.
Siguro
Pwede naman.
Thursday, Friday,
Pwede ganun.
or Friday, Saturday.
Lagyan natin ng lock at sirado natin
Dalawang
ng.
araw pa, pwedeng 1 day na lang. Let's say 9 to 12, 1 to 5. Sapat na yun?
Okay, pwede naman, ma'am, but it's better to have it 2 days or so.
2 days. Okay,
Oo.
2-day program. We'll offer it to the Senate for archiving. Gusto ko rin matuto.
Hindi natin sila palabasin, i-lock
Eh,
natin.
gusto ko kasama ako eh. Ay, ginawa namin ni Eric yan. Okay. Commercial break. Eric Cerudo, ginawa natin, no? Commercial break. Long ago, maybe my second term, 15, 20 years ago, Eric, right? 20 years ago, was it my birthday or Christmas? Christmas. My Christmas party for my office, I locked them. It's food. And you can go bathroom, but you come back. All my staff in the Hibla Gallery reception hall with the lecture of Director Dr. Eric Cerudo the whole day, 9 9 to 12, 1 to 5, right? What was it on culture mapping? Culture mapping? Ano pa? Huh? No, use your mic.
Yung makakain ba yan? Heritage na siya.
Ay ba yan? Yun. What year was that? 207? Basta tagal na. Anyway, umupo ako doon at lahat ng staff, banyo break lang at saka pagkain. Tama? Makakain ba yan? Ay, gagawin ko dito, kukulong ko sila. Sige, Christmas party namin. Ganun ako kay Jay. That was our Christmas party. So, gagawa tayo. Ire-replay ko yan. Ire-replay ko sa mga bagong staff. Magdusa sila. Sige. Makakain ba yan? Sino sa inyong mga nag-survive? I mean, sino sa inyo? Sino ang kasama kong makakain ba yan? Wala. Sino pa? Wala na. Yoli, ikaw? Why are you reluctant? Yeah, you're there the whole day, right? Was it 9 to 12, 1 to 5? Bakit 9 to 12 lang? 2 days? Anyway, let's do that. Replay ng makakain. And then, we can have huh? No, iba. No, I want exactly what you said. Yung makakain ba yan? I-repeat natin yan. Kasi that was my second term, my fourth term. And then, let's do an archive seminar so that each senator's office and the committees can appreciate archives. Let's schedule that. During the break, we end at end of September so we can have it in October. And I'll join. 1 day lang. 9 to 12, 1 to 5. Basic na. Sige na.
Can do a whole, they were just asking, they can do a whole day training
Okay.
for archives.
Good. I want to be trained. Because I have an archives house. Not where I live. It's
In Malabon.
in our home in Malabon. I'll take you guys. But it's all Owido. I want to learn the science of archives. Even my notes here, they don't throw it. Yeah, all my notes. Yeah. But recently, I had to unload some. It was too much. Yeah. But these are video of my TV shows, scripts also. And in the Senate, let's say LOVFA, VFA, debates on impeachment, mga briefers ko, ganun, in my archives house. It's like boxes and boxes. Yeah, it's a small home in the 50s that was changed into archives. I just want to see. Kaya nga I'm asking kung meron ba tayong ideal na community-based archives. Kasi pwedeng ganun. I-encourage natin yung mga may lumang bahay, ganun, o room nila, gawin na archives room. Pwede yun. Hindi makailangan magtayo ng gusali palagi. Anyway, continue, So we'll have makakain ba yan? Seminar in October, and we have the archive seminar. Ayan. Lagot. Ano? Oo. Sige. Pahiram ni Eric one day, ha? Makakain ba yan? Oo. Okay, thanks.
I just want to stress that we are actually in expansion mode. That's why we bought already buildings in Davao. That's why we
Bought buildings?
we bought 2 buildings in Davao.
Really?
Yeah.
From your regular funds?
We requested it, yes, we requested it from DBM, and it was
Pumayag
granted.
sila.
Pumayag sila because it's really the Mindanao Archive Center.
Oh, nice. Very
So
good.
we were able to do that during the COVID pandemic.
During the pandemic.
And so instead of
Why did you buy such properties? I mean, who advised you to buy that property?
well, we work naman with local property.
Now, what's an
and,
ideal site for archives?
well, as we described earlier, that hindi siya it's accessible to the public and not open to the elements.
It's an old house or magtatayo pa kayo?
They're new buildings.
You will erect new buildings?
No. One is a school and one is an office building.
So you bought these structures already and it's already an archives building? Not
We're
yet?
using them as our offices, but right now there's a budget. We propose 144 million to refurbish one of them.
I see.
And and so finally, this expansionist mode is captured in our new law, the NARMA, which we've requested the good senator to sponsor, and that's already been entered. Ano na siya, nakasalang na. So thank you. And now, thank you.
Next agency, National Historical Commission. Yeah, Mr. Regalado Trota Jose. Yeah, first time I meet you, I think during the
Bacoor, August 1
Oo.
hearing.
Congratulate nyo naman tayong lahat
Yes
sa
po.
Bacoor, Agosto 1. Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity and nice to meet you again. You were talking
You have
about
been a commissioner before.
with the NCCA po.
NCCA.
I was with the Subcommission for Cultural Heritage. I was the head of the archives before.
good.
And commercial break also, I was the archivist of UST for 11 years. And so since Director Manalo mentioned that, we can arrange for you to visit the UST
I would like
and
to.
I can take you around there. We just have
I'd
to
like
make
to.
arrangements.
My grandfather was a professor there.
Yes, we can show you the
Jose P.
records.
Bautista. I'd like to see his writings, his any memorabilia of Jose P. Bautista, who was a professor in journalism. He was a professor of Tatad Ople, Egi Apostol, Julia Abdaza. I mean, so many journalists. He's a father of Philippine journalism.
Yes, but we can
Maybe
arrange
there
with
can
your
be a
office.
Jose P. Bautista room I can sponsor or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to visit.
And also to your call for a greeting, I thought of Maluwalhating Araw and Maaliwalas na Araw. Depending
na
on the occasion.
Yeah.
So may we have I'd just like to take you through the highlights of what we did through
Just
2023.
know who are your commissioners now? Bago po lahat o hindi?
Yes, we have 4 new commissioners. Myself, Dr. Chas Navarro is the archivist of Ateneo. He was also a commission. No, he was worked with the NHCP for the
Sa and Dr. Calairo are no longer commissioners.
Dr. Calairo has left. Miss Lisa is still with us as a on the private sector. And we have Dr. Eloisa De Castro of UST. And we have Dr. Cecile Tangyan from MSU IIT. Rene Escalante is also, I replaced him. I was
No longer a commissioner.
No po, hindi na po. So the 4 of us replaced Lino Dizon, Rene Escalante, Amani Calairo, and Jude Cleope of Siliman. Yes po, we really wanted to have somebody from Mindanao.
Should the committee be called the Senate Committee on History, Arts and Culture or Tamanay Arts and Culture? Tamanay Arts.
History kasi can be part of culture. Culture is like the overarching, kaya NCCA ang ano. Thank you. Maybe just take you. We are just we're neighbors with the National Library po. So if you visit the National Library to see the mother of Philippine maps, you can also visit our place. Makakatabi lang po kami. So may we take you through the highlights of our 2023 activities according to our functions. Next slide, please. So among these are the restoration and maintenance of the house of Apolinario Mabini in the PUP, the restoration of you can see on the, on the upper picture is, nawala. Upper picture is the before, and then the lower picture is where we did after. Nawala dito. Something went wrong. Anyway, The next slide, the next picture is of
Is
the
the Mabini Shrine decent? Meaning maintained?
yes po. It
I
was
hope.
it used to be near Nagtahan, and then
Mm-mm.
because of the river and
was
its
transferred.
closeness to Malacanang, it was transferred to the PUP campus.
Oh, Santa Mesa.
Yes po.
But there's a Mabini Shrine in Batangas.
That's where he was born
Yes.
in Talaga.
Oh, so both are NHEP?
Yes po.
Mm.
The house in Nagtahan is where he died, and the house in Talaga in Batangas is where he was born. And that's where his remains, some of his remains are. Yeah, he was buried there. He's buried there.
And these are real property, land owned by government,
Yes po.
NHEP,
Yes po.
and the structure itself.
Yes po.
So I hope some rich guy doesn't just buy the structures and transfers it elsewhere, right? Let's
No
not
po.
allow
That
that. Okay.
that will not be possible po. We understand.
It's government property.
Yes po.
Okay.
And then the one there is the watchtower in Bulusan in Sorsogon. You see the smaller picture to the upper right is when in dati siya.
Sorry, before I forget, because I saw that it's so similar to Lito Miriche. Sherry, I told you that millions of times. Just transfer it to NHEP. They coordinate with the mayor of Lito Miriche because there's a room dedicated to Rizal and there's nothing on history there. It's pictures of politicians because they're not provided by the Philippine embassy in Prague. So kindly, it's supposed to be a repository or even just photocopies maybe
Yes po.
of what of Rizal's stay in at the
Czech.
time it wasn't Czech Republic.
We
in that
met
part.
the Czech ambassador the other day at Libingan ng mga bayani.
I don't know if he
So-
knows that, but it is in Lito Miriche. Oh, Sherry, turn over mo. Sila na mag...
Yes
Kung
po.
anong kaya.
We can
Parang
do
ganyan
that.
itsura, di ba?
So the watchtower in Bulusan Sorsogon was overridden with grass and cracks, and so we were able to clean it up. But of course, these things require maintenance because of the environment. So parati siyang minulanan. So we have to keep on going there and making visits all the time. But at least for now, mukha siyang maganda. Tingnan.
Na NHEP ito.
Hindi po, sa simbahan po ito. Diocese of Bulusan, Diocese of Sorsogon. We make agreements with the local
Okay.
government to be able to arrange these works. Then the next one is the sample of what we do with our material heritage, the monument of Aguinaldo in Kawit, Cavite. So we keep on monitoring these monuments. Next slide, please. So we just acquired and opened a new museum of Philippine Maritime History in Iloilo. That's the ground floor of the Aduana in Iloilo City. And so it's quite a nice place to visit, really. And it's very near the port area. And it's free. All our museums are free of charge, like the government agencies. So we show that just numbers on how many people have been visiting and how many exhibits and seminars we have given. Next slide, please. So one of our main functions is the commemoration of significant historical events. So we participate directly in the wreath-laying ceremonies of our major historical sites. So personally, Madam Senator, this is a change for me because I'm with the private sector for the longest time. So ngayon I have to wake up early to attend all of these things. So, but that's part of the job. So and then meet with. No, I'm not. It's a new kind of life. I'm reinvigorated. Next slide, please. So we also do publications, and these are our latest books. This is a facsimile of the manuscript of Jose Rizal in large edition. And these are all books that we give away for free. We also have them for sale, but
Which is the best version of Noli and Fili? Which
The
translation?
English,
In English.
I don't know of any good English translation because there are certain words in the original Spanish which are not understood by the English
I mean, if there's
translators.
a best, what's
Second
okay?
best.
The Vibal translation, the Vibal edition,
Or just get me
Vibal, yeah.
the best one available.
or the
There's also one by
Penguin.
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 By Penguin. Meron tayo. Meron dapat sa office. Meron sa Senate Library. Meron ko sa bahay. Oo.
Some of the translators did not realize the cultural context of Rizal when he was writing. There are certain things that evaded them. In any case, we also sent a substantial number of these books to the National Library for distribution in other libraries.
Talking about Rizal. Rizal in Germany, I'm familiar because we have the projects but Rizal in the UK, where was this? In Primrose Hill in London. Kindly find out it's marked. Who marked it? And is it privately owned?
In Heroes Hill?
Primrose.
Primrose Hill.
In Primrose Hill, yes. What? Meron ka na. Very good nag-research. Sino? Paul. Okay, it's privately owned. And then Rizal in Brussels. Again, it's marked. Find out who owns it. Meron na rin kaya, mabibilis ang stuff ko. Sinong may-ari? At saka may mark din. Pero at least we know. So, when was Rizal there? The ambassadors would know. When was Rizal there? Who has occupied that place since then? In 1880, kano siya napunta? 1896, whatever. Ilang araw siya doon, yung ganun, istorya. And then who marked it? Was it the city government, the province? And was it upon the initiative of the NHCP then? So in Brussels, in Primrose Hill in London, ano pa? In Paris, ano pa yung ating breakfast? In Ghent? Iba pa yung sa Brussels, iba yung sa Ghent? Iba pa yung sa Brussels, iba yung sa Ghent.
Opo. Ghent is where he published his novel.
Yes. And then Paris, that I'm not sure. Ano pa? In Rome. Also in Rome. Is there a marker, the one in Rome?
We have to find out where. Maybe we'll find out to the embassy.
Yes.
They should know.
Yes. So those are just what I know. And also what I know in Germany may not be complete. I just know Heidelberg, Wilhelmsfeld. I know he took a cruise in the Rhine, but find out this is very, and there's a map of a previous ambassador. Sino ba to? Si Mili. Maybe ask the previous ambassador, Tomisek. Yeah. She's since retired. Where she got this information, the FA would know. That's what I mean. The cultural diplomacy of the FA should take the initiative to do all this. But if they're not interested, you can call directly po the embassy. So we have an idea of Rizal in Europe, right? And then his connection with the founder of the Berlin Ethnological Museum and why he gave the salakot and the textiles to Adolf Bastian, the founder of the museum. Right? The forever exhibit of Rizal. Hindi na, walang in charge. Ano? Yung ethnological. Ayaw pa rin.
Nagkaroon ng change in period.
So,
They're just waiting.
so i-assign na, hindi tayo yan, sila Jeremy.
Yes.
Pero sila rin, dalawa, ahensya. Pero makabilis yung mga German na dalawa kausap. National Museum. Okay, so, binabato ko lang po, I mean, I'm using that very coarse word. Binabato ko sa inyo dahil hindi na namin kayang gawin yung research na yon. But these are things I stumbled upon and I wanted deeper research. So, we can have like a little booklet of Rizal in Europe, in selected European cities, right? Interesting. Mm.
Sige po, we will keep you updated.
Sige po.
For your information also, we have updated the Rizal Shrine in Fort Santiago. The relatives of the family where Rizal stayed in Wilhelmsfeld have donated some of the artifacts. And so we have a special corner for his artifacts there. The bed he slept in.
No?
Opo.
Mm.
Nandun yun.
Dr. Ulmer.
Yes po. So, next slide, please. Part of our task is also regulating the flag, the way the flag, how it's used and how it's disposed of, and also even the national anthem. So, in fact, we're going to have a workshop on the national anthem in Bautista in Pangasinan, in late on October po. Yes, because there are questions on how ganong kataas ba yung boses or yung ganong kabilis ba yung kumpas ng ano. There are these questions of the national anthem. So we would like to have experts, musicologists to present their findings, and so we can have something more definitive about the way that the national anthem should be performed and sung. Kasi ang iba sobrang taas, hindi maabot ng mga kumakanta. Heraldry po yung mga symbols, shields. So regularly the government offices send their designs to us for suggestions and for corrections. There are those who like to use baybayin, for example, and so we have to check kung tama ba yung ginamit nilang baybayin.
Aking opisina, check nyo baka mali. Sa calling card ko, in my calling card and in my...
Yung pong baybayin na the only real document of baybayin, a full document written in 1613 and another in 1625. These are kept in the UST archives and we can show them to you.
UST.
Opo. They were written by women. They were selling land in Manila. So these are very unique documents. So ibang-iba po sa baybayin na ginagamit sa yung mga roundish. These are more squarish. So the next slide, this is the tricky part also. We are tasked to resolve historical controversial issues. For example, the latest one was the birth of Juan Luna. So this requires a scientific reading of church records, for example. There was for example, merong 23 or 24 October, but based on the reading of the baptismal data, 25 October ang kanyang birth date. And so for our current activities for 2024, we are doing these things. The Rizal Monument in 2024, the Nagcarlan, we have a conservation lab, so we have artists taking care of the restoration, and also the Divino Rostro in Naga. And so we will be going to Naga later this month for the turnover of the Divino Rostro to the Archdiocese of Naga, Nueva Cáceres. And then we also help to repaint or restore the paintings of the church in Molo, Iloilo, which Rizal saw and wrote about before he was going to Dapitan. Next slide, please. So most recent activities were the Araw ng Kagitingan in this April, and then the Independence Day Parade where we had the competition, the 160th birthday anniversary of Mabini in Santo Tomas, Batangas, and Tanawan, Batangas, Independence Day, June 12, and Philippine-Spanish Friendship Day in Baler in July. Next slide, please. So ito po yung mga facts and figures namin. So the approved National Expenditure Program. Okay, sorry. That's the... Wala. May I ask the Executive Director to explain? Bagsak ako sa math.
Yes. Our budget utilization rate for 2023, we for 361 million allotment, we were able to obligate 94.61% and disbursement of 76%. 6.22%. Yes, as of June 2024, we have disbursed 57.50% and obligated 51.02% out of the 33,152,000 allotment. Okay, next. From the original proposal of 745 million from our original proposal, only 423.681 million were considered in the national expenditure program, so a decrease in 43.15%. But comparing naman the 2024 GAA from the approved NEP for 2025 may increase din naman po ng 23.89%. Okay, next. But still, to implement our projects, we still need 339.9 million for our regular programs and locally funded projects. These are broken down as follows. Next slide, please. Okay. For our regular program, the development and maintenance of the information system. Ito po yung ISSP kasi ano po to, kailangan po namin tong sa aming IT. Next is the formulation of plans and policies. We are requesting for 1.6 million. And the conduct of commemorative activities, including lectures, symposia, and exhibit in the amount of 5 million pesos. Okay, for the locally funded projects, we are these things are we are requesting this for reconsideration. The dekada ng kasaysayan, we are requesting 5 million for this. Yeah, in order of priority. Okay, strengthening historical promotion through NHCP strategic communication agenda, 3 million. Implementation of Independence Day Parade, kasi annually na po magkakaroon na po tayo ng parada, so we're requesting 10 million pesos. Okay, major structural works sa Museo ni Jose Rizal in Fort Santiago, amounting to 43 million. Structural and curatorial work sa Jose Rizal, Calamba City, 105 million. Kasi po, Madam Chair, ano po, kailangan po na we are planning to acquire the lot adjacent to it kasi po may bus loads of students coming to the museum. Wala pong mga holding area, so we need additional space. Reconstructed, but the design is based on the original. By Nakpil?
From the ground, or was there like a structure? Wala na. From the ground.
Wala po. Reconstruct po.
Why? It was destroyed? It was purchased? What?
May
It's a vacant.
But may mga ano pa po, may mga
They
natira pa
based
rin
it
pong
on
mga base.
They
yung
based it on
foundation.
they based it on
Yes.
the foundation.
Yes.
And also Nakpil took measurements of other houses that were similar to the house of Rizal.
Okay, same Rizal Shrine Calamba, 21 million. Ito pong 7, ito po yung replacement na defective fire safety security equipment because of findings po ng Bureau of Fire, we have to acquire this for our museums, for our 4 museums. The 4 museums are El Aguinaldo Shrine in Kawit, El Deposito in San Juan, Katipunan, Museo ni Katipunan in San Juan, and Fort Santiago. Rizal Shrine, Fort Santiago. The Galleon Book Project, the Philippine Independence Day Book. We need also the major structural work para po sa Quezon Memorial Shrine sa Quezon City. Major structural work din po sa Museo ng Katipunan. Next slide, please. Ito po ang restoration of Anini Church, phase 2 na po. Phase 1, ngayon pa lang po tayo just this morning meron po tayong stakeholders meeting para po sa pre-construction, sa construction po ng phase 1. So for phase 2, kailangan po namin ng 5 million, additional 5 million. So sa Patnongon Church, phase 3 na po. Tapos na po ang phase 1. Ang phase 2 po ongoing. So we intend to turn over the project. Ito pong Patnongon sa first quarter of 2025. At ito pong Anini sa second quarter po ng 2025. So, molding and fabrication of Marcela Agoncillo bronze statue, 2 million. And the rest, yes po. And the last is the restoration of Daragat Church and Convent, 31 million. That would be all, Madam Chair.
Definitely, you'll get some. I'm not certain you can get all, right? So please give it in the order of priority, but some
Yes.
can be funded. Thank you. Lisa gave me a list of Rizal shrines. It's not there. Yun na yun? Incorporated na. Okay. Sige.
Yes. Isang mapagpalayang malikhain at makakalikasan dahil abuwan ng kasaysayan din ngayon. Isang makasaysayang araw po sa ating lahat. Madam Chair, I'm going to present to you the project status, budget utilization, and the budget proposal of the National Library. But I'll go directly, Madam Chair, first to the status and fund utilization of the National Library.
How many national libraries are there all over the country?
There's only one, Madam Chair.
You don't have regional libraries?
We don't have, but we have public libraries all over under LGU.
Yeah, LGU.
Yeah, yes.
Kung may initiative sila.
Yes,
Pero under national government, isa lang.
isa lang po.
But you partner with some, right?
Yes, the congressional libraries will be under our management, Madam Chair. And I will share to you later our problem with that. Correct, Madam Chair, but I will share so that you will know. Okay, Madam Chair, as of December 31, 2023, we have obligated a total of 226,963 or 99.8% of our appropriation. The total obligated amount was 210,127 or 92.58. So as of August 15, 2024, we have already released 245,921 and we obligated 170,498 or 69%. This is a good number, Madam Chair. By the end of the year, ma-utilize namin ng maayos yung aming budget. And then for the we were also required to report the COA findings, Madam Chair, pero wala masyadong interesting or medyo controversial dito sa amin. All ano is about the wrong entries of our accountant, and we are currently, yes, Madam Chair. So we'll go to our we will report now for the inauguration. Okay, Madam Chair, highlights for this year. Last August 9, we already inaugurated our permanent gallery. Nalulungkot kami, Madam Chair, at hindi ka nakarating, but we thank you. We thank you for the message, Madam Chair. We thank you for the message that you sent, Madam Chair. Yeah. And it was attended by our First Lady and Senator Sani Angara. The message that you sent was
This gallery before it became a permanent gallery.
just a reading room, Madam Chair. So when we do the retrofitting, kasi before the National Library was high ceiling, halos lahat ng floors, Madam Chair. So what we did is we build mezzanine in all 3 floors. So dumami yung space namin, kaya nagkaroon kami ng mga ganitong area. So next slide. That picture, Madam Chair, with Mel Velarde, the owner of the Murillo Velarde map, 1734. Itong mapang ito, Madam Chair, is the original one. Ito yung ginamit ni Justice Carpio as evidence, the original one, Madam Chair. And I'm happy to share to you, Madam Chair, that Mr. Mel Velarde donated to the government through the National Library, and permanent home na niya yung gallery natin sa National Library. Next. May original din daw si Director Ino. Pero check namin mamaya. So, ayan. So, walk through, Madam Chair. This gallery was curated by Xiao Chua. Siya yung namili ng mga collection. So, by Xiao. So, siya yung namili sa thousands of rare collections ng National Library. Pinili namin kung ano yung i-display. Ang magiging storya na, Madam Chair, you will start ano yung Pilipinas nung hindi pa tayo sinakop ng Kastila. And then the collections we have, the own ng National Library, ay nakadisplay doon sa area na yon. And then the time na sinakop na tayo ng Kastila, and then yung lumaban ng mga Pilipino hanggang nakuha natin yung ating kalayaan, which is ang display din natin ng akta na original, independensya, ay nakadisplay doon. The original manuscripts of Noli Me Tangere, El Filibusterismo, and Mi Ultimo Adios ay nakadisplay. And this picture, Madam Chair, for the first time after the Heritage Act, nakapag-declare na ang National Library ng 3 collection namin. Ito yung as National Cultural Treasure, the Noli Me Tangere, El Filibusterismo, and Mi Ultimo Adios. So that was declared on the same day sa launching ng ating permanent gallery. So we hope na you can visit, Madam Chair, para you will surely love it. And then on November, which is also the Library Information Services Month, matatapos na namin yung aming children's library. So actually patapos na siya this month, pero i-launch na lang namin sa November para may okasyon din para sa National Library. So next slide. So this is our activities, part of our activities, the turnover of library resources. So aside from we are in the National Library, Madam Chair, we act also as the mother of all public libraries. So the newly established public libraries, we provide them initial book allocations and other library materials. So this picture right here in front, it was an amendment from Senator Sani Angara. So the whole province of um, Aurora, Madam Chair, ay meron palang project si Senator Sani doon na pinatayuan ng maliliit na library lahat ng bayan. And then nang natapos na, pumasok ng National Library to provide those materials. So that's isa sa mga ginagawa namin sa National Library. Next slide. So ito Madam Chair, you are familiar with this kasi 5 taon ko na hinihingi ito. And I'm happy to share to you, Madam Chair, that for the first time in 5 years, hindi na natin hihingiin to as amendment kasi binigay na ng DBM ito sa regular na nasa NEP na ito. So, matatapos na next year. Ang lahat ng stock rooms ng National Library ay protected na ng gas-based fire suppression system. So, thank you, DBM, na nasa kaliwa ko. Next slide. So, for 2025, Madam Chair, we propose a total of 375,051,000, and on the NEP level, we were approved 297,321. Actually, magandang numero na to, Madam Chair, but we will be more happy sana kung mabigay ng buo yung aming hinihingi. So, okay. So, this is the most important slide of my presentation, Madam Chair. Unlike the NCCA and the other agencies with hundreds of millions wish list, I only have 83,708 wish list, which is very doable. So, ano yung 83 million? Please. So, Madam Chair, kasi tapos na yung ating permanent gallery. In that permanent gallery, we also build a laboratory. So, tapos na yung laboratory, Madam Chair, kaya hihingin namin yung laman ng laboratory para magkaroon ng laman. We proposed 32 million for that, and we were given 12.2 million. Ang wish list namin, Madam Chair, kung pwede lang naman, sana mabuo na yung 32 million para isang bilihan na lang. So we need 20.1 million for the increase and capacity of NLP conservation and preservation of Filipiniana materials.
Buying materials? No.
Ano Madam Chair, yung mga equipment. Next slide. So by November, patapos na rin yung children's library natin, Madam Chair. So, siyempre, kailangan lagyan din natin ng laman, at least open to the public by November, Madam Chair. So, we propose a total of 12.5 million, mga TV, para maging interactive siya. And we were given an amount of 358,000. So, we are requesting, Madam Chair, sa wish list namin na baka na-mislook lang, Madam Chair. Okay, so we are asking for the 12.1 million. And then, next slide. So, kasi part ng trabaho namin, Madam Chair, is to provide initial allocation of library resources. We have decided that we need a vehicle to transport all those library resources, especially within Luzon area lang. So, we requested 2.3 million and we were given 1.45. So, parang kotse yung mabili namin ito, Madam Chair, dito sa 1.45. So, we are asking additional 850 para yung close band naman yung mabili namin. Next slide. So, we also conduct technical trainings to library to LGUs for the initial management of library. So we need also a budget for this. We proposed 799, but it was not given. So we will ask again sa ng buo, 799,000. Next slide. So, Madam Chair, ito yung sabi kong problem. Ilang So, ito Madam Chair, ito yung sabi ko kanina yung problem na pag merong establishment of congressional library, Madam Chair, yes, 100% support naman ang National Library, but we are only asking sana after building the library, lagyan na nila ng pondo kasi yung pasweldo ng tao doon, yung bayad ng internet, nung lahat, pero na-create ng batas, hindi na pondohan, kinukuha namin sa regular fund ng National Library, which is hindi naman ganun kalaki yung pondo namin. That's why we're asking, Madam Chair, ang liit lang ng 2.76 million, but that is, tatlong congressional libraries ang under sa amin.
The author of the law fund it because each lawmaker has the duty and the mandate to amend the budget.
Yes, the problem, Madam Chair, yung author nito, wala na rin sila. Matagal na kasi itong mga libraries na to na
Representative of the
district. Okay. And I just like to share, Madam Chair, that we're happy that you are sponsoring the Charter of the National Library. Actually, dun sa Charter ng National Library, Madam Chair, gusto na talaga naming alisin yung congressional libraries para ang lahat ng public libraries will be under LGUs. Kasi yun nga ang problem na na-encounter namin. Every time merong congressional library, automatic under siya ng national, which is the National Library. Wala namang problema. Pero sana lang may pondo. So, next slide. Sa Tondo, Madam Chair. Matagal na nilipat siya sa yung sa mall. Tutuban Mall. Actually, Madam Chair, meron siyang pwesto doon pero natatamaan siya ng MRT kasi kaya nilipat. Hindi na rin sila congressman ngayon, Madam Chair, yun ang problema namin.
Sure. That where we can just put books. No. So give us more details. Did they build a structure in Tondo and it's just a matter of putting books there? Is there a PS component? Is there a National Library person?
Yes, we provide job order, Madam Chair, para mag-handle ng mga
Meron naka-provide, may tao doon?
May tao doon. Yun nga, kinukuha sa regular fund ng National Library. So, yan nga, Madam Chair. So, this will be the last slide, Madam Chair. Additional appropriation for technical support to local government units establishing public library. So, nag-request kami ng ganitong kalaki ngayon, Madam Chair, kasi the National Library and DILG has an agreement na isasali na nila as one of the parameters sa SGLG ang presence of public library. So, for this year, ang dami naming naikutan na mga bayan na walang public libraries at binilang namin ito kaya umabot sa total na 28.5 million para sa initial allocation ng library materials which will happen next year. Books, computers, pero hindi marami, tagdalawa lang binibigay namin, Madam Chair. Initial allocation only.
Dapat matuto ang mga author ng ganyan na hindi gawa ng structure tapos walang laman. Bumili ng lumang bahay o mag-arkila or isang kwarto sa munisipyo, ganun. Gusto bili ng tayo, tapos walang laman, tapos walang PS. Hindi pwedeng ganun. So, tuturo ako ng leksyon yung mga yan. Lahat ng mga gumawa No, sabihin nyo sa congressman na gumawa, kung nagretiro na siya, di kausapin niya yung kanya representante ngayon. That's their duty to amend the budget.
Okay, Madam Chair.
They can amend it for roads and bridges. Why can't they put the provision for this? They can. They
Yung
can
sa isa
amend for
namang
two
ano,
funds.
Congressional Library, Madam Chair, andyan pa naman si Congressman, kaya kinakausap namin. The problem is yung dalawang ano talaga. Okay. And then, ito yung tinatanong mo kanina, Madam Chair, para medyo magiging high-tech yung scanner namin, we need to buy new one kasi yung scanner talaga namin na pinakita ni Director Manalo, yung kanila, high-end. Yung amin kasi inassemble lang ng empleyado namin. So we are planning to buy this next year, a total of 7 million for wide format and book scanner. And then laptop for the employees. So that would be all, Madam Chair. A total of 83 million for our wish list. And thank you.
Very clear. Your presentation's very clear. And you seem to know what you want. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Huh? Is it the last one?
We have one more.
What? Huh? Di pa tapos?
Hindi pa, ma'am.
Wika?
Yes, ma'am. hindi.
Archives yun. Okay, CCP. Yes. Please proceed.
Magandang
Hi, Kay.
hapon po
Good afternoon.
sa ating lahat, Madam Chair, at sa lating na ating kasama sa Culture and Arts section. Good afternoon to all of us. Today, we're presenting the CCP National Expenditure Program. I have with me our Artistic Director, Dennis Marasigan, as well as our VP for Finance and Budget. Later on, VP Dennis will explain some of our programs just for the body to be able to appreciate. Okay, next. Yes, ma'am.
The cultural center is closed, right? Due to
Yes.
the rehabilitation. When will it be reopened?
We are set to reopen on 2026, but we are going to do it in phases because, Madam Chair, when we did a building audit a year ago, it was discovered that there are a lot of structural problems in the building, and because it's a heritage building from national artist Leandro Locsin, we have to make sure that aside from structural integrity, the integrity of the design has to be preserved. So it's quite a complicated process. And this year we have also acquired the services of Locsin, LBLP, ano yan? Leandro P. Locsin Partners, the original architects of the building, to make sure that we adhere to the original idea of CCP. Okay. Our vision, of course, is to promote and preserve the best of Philippine arts and culture, to develop our, do you want this or no?
You
muna?
can proceed
Yeah,
to
I
the
think you know
budget.
this na.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Okay, okay, next. Okay, would you like to see this, Madam Chair? Okay, our artistic director will go through it. Okay, okay, next, please. So, the Cinemalaya was just concluded, and a lot of these are ongoing. Like the CCP National Theater Live is an ongoing. Yes, ma'am.
Cinemalaya is funded solely by CCP from GAA. I thought it had private
CI.
funding before.
Yes, Madam Chair, it has support from the Cinemalaya Foundation. But most of the funding comes from the Cultural Center from the beginning.
In my third term, Cinemalaya died for a while, and then, or was about to, and then they asked for funding, so we funded it through GAA. But my understanding was it was foundation, so I was confused whether it was privately funded or privately funded or GAA. So now it's really GAA.
Most of it, yes,
Mm.
Madam Chair.
But the funds should not go to a foundation.
No, it's actually what happens is that the Cinemalaya Foundation spends for the competition part, which means that they supervise the making of the films, but much of the funding for the festival itself and the personnel that are hired are coming from the CCP through the GAA.
Nimalaya been there?
Since 2005, Madam Chair.
These are independent films, right?
Yes, and I think the proof of the impact the Cinemalaya over the years can be proven by the fact that in the last Metro Manila Film Festival, which is considered as the biggest industry film festival in the country, 6 out of the 10 film directors were actually products of Cinemalaya. And for the last several years, many of the entries of the Philippines to the Academy Awards for Best International Film has actually come from the Cinemalaya itself, including last year.
Started out as a private initiative of a foundation? Or did it start out as a CCP project and then supported by private foundation, which is which?
Actually, it was a multi-agency initiative from the beginning. The initial partners were the Cultural Center of the Philippines, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, the UP Film Institute, and Mr. Antonio Tony Boy Cojuangco, and then he used one of his business entities to help it. And then afterwards, after several years, then the Cinemalaya Foundation was created so that whatever problems there might be in terms of government funding, then the foundation itself will exist. However, as you mentioned, at a certain point when Mr. Cojuangco could no longer shoulder it from his own pockets, that's the time that I believe that the Cinemalaya itself went to you for help.
Cinemalaya every year?
Yes.
Through CCP, through GAA?
Yes.
Okay. And no private funding comes in?
There is still, for example, in the last Cinemalaya, the prizes for the winners for the films, part of it came from the foundation, and we are also able to source some prizes in kind from private sponsors.
Who heads the foundation?
The foundation is chaired by Mr. Cojuangco, and Ms. Loris Guillen is the president.
Still exists up to now,
Yes, ma'am.
but their participation or support to Cinemalaya is minimal compared to government support?
In terms of financial, yes.
Financial.
But in terms of like industry and know-how and expertise, then of course, Cinemalaya, the people behind Cinemalaya are more knowledgeable in terms of the film business and technology as well.
Is there censorship in Cinemalaya?
No, ma'am. Also, and the advantage of having the films screened by the CCP and in the CCP complex when it was open is that the CCP, being a government agency, is not subject to censorship. In the last couple of years, because the CCP main building is closed, we have made arrangements with the MTRCB and the FDCP such that a festival rating is given to the films only for the coverage of the festival. It's interesting to note that one of the films that was shown in the recent Cinemalaya was actually given an X rating by the MTRCB. That means it cannot be shown in the regular cinemas.
Just asking my staff, is that the Burgos film?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm wondering. So I thought it was Cinemalaya that censored it. No. So it was shown in Cinemalaya,
Yes, ma'am.
but
It actually won a prize in the Cinemalaya.
it won a prize.
Yes.
And we wanted the producers, was it produced by Cinemalaya, produced by CCP, by government?
Technically, the credits say it's Cinemalaya that produced it, and then the filmmaker who proposed it actually put in also some money. FDCP also put in some money.
So it's a government project.
Part of it,
Yeah,
yes.
if FBCP and then a government entity censored it and cannot be shown in theaters.
Yes.
I want to watch it. Why don't we show it in Tanghalan?
We're actually showing it at the CCP next week. So
CCP? Kala ko
yes.
sarado CCP.
No, in the black box. Remember,
The
in the
black
black box, in the TIG, in the Tanghalang
Yung
Ignacio
Tanghalan, di
Jimenez.
ba?
Yes.
Yes, I want to watch it. Mm.
September 4 and 5, I think.
So how can a government project funded by the CCP and the FBCP not be allowed by another government agency?
The mandate of the MTRCB covers the cinemas themselves. Yes. So yes. So that means that if the MTRCB feels that it cannot be shown in the regular cinemas, then they can. And that actually, but that still allows the government itself to show the film in non-public venues. That's why at the moment, there are schedules for screening of the film at the University of the Philippines, for
Film,
example.
Film. Mm. If it's X, it's not allowed.
Not
For the
allowed for
public
public
cinemas.
exhibition, yes.
But UP is public and
Yes, but it is
the
a
black-
state university and therefore it's considered as government. And so as I said, the coverage of the MTRCB has to do with the venues for screening rather than the film itself. Yes, it won the special jury prize at the Cinemalaya. Yes, ma'am.
how much is one screening? So you're using CCP organic funds, NEP, for the screening.
For the last year, part of it came from the NEP. A lot of it actually came from from CI. That we got the funds for the subsidy for the films actually came from CI. Congressional initiative from the Senate.
To go back to the programs. Okay. Oh, the outreach. In Guimaras and Iloilo, that's for this year or was it last year?
Guimaras and Iloilo were last year, but this year we went to Iloilo and Aklan.
On Tacloban and Binyan, and then we're going to Cavite, and the last Tacloban in December.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm,
and
mm, mm.
We
I
also
did
went to
that
Isabela
pre-program.
this year.
Where?
Isabela, Cagayan.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much is one outreach
depending
on the location?
and on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
location.
But
If
more
it's
or less.
farther, wow, if
Because
because
Iloilo, for example.
Iloilo costs almost 4 million.
Yes.
4 million, including including plane fare, the shipping of the instruments,
If it's just in Luzon, let's say Metro Manila, how
Oh.
much would it be?
just the cost of and technicals,
Mm.
maybe less than 1 million.
Let's say Southern Tagalog, Batangas, Laguna would be half of what you would do for Visayas, right?
Yeah, for Binyan it was about 1 million.
And all of this have to be congressional insertion. There's no NEP funds for outreach. We can
For
only do it if we amend the budget.
well, for this year, we sourced it from the
CI.
CIs. We were able to get also funding for the PPO tours. So that's where we got it. On a normal budget year, we don't have enough funds to cover the tours of the PPO or many of our bigger organizations and artistic groups for that matter. So we can only do limited tours. We have realized though that many of the local executives and even the congressmen really would prefer to have the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, largely because in the other art forms, they might have local groups that do theater or dance or other musical forms, but there is no orchestra like the PPO that they can have in their locality. And in one of the hearings that we've had regarding performing arts, one local executive also said that the residents appreciated it very much, but it really has also to be given for free because the residents cannot pay for it or don't realize um, how much the experience should actually cost. So if you start getting the performances of the PPO, for example, to be ticketed or paid, then the local residents who have largely have had no experience with an orchestra performance would shy away from watching the performance.
It should be for free because when I brought the PPO to Anini Church, which we showed earlier
Yes.
in 2018, beautiful. Then it was outside and I lighted up the church. Then we had another one in just a gym in Pandan. So
Yeah.
it was for free. You mean
Yes.
sometimes there are those who sell tickets? That's not allowed, right?
No, no, normally, but
No.
we had the instances. That's what we're saying, that for us to be able to bring it, then it really is additional cost for us. Yes.
The Philharmonic Society, that's like Cinemalaya Foundation. That's a private NGO, right? And-
That's for instruments.
Not just instruments, but also, let's say, the medical assistance for the needs of the
Of the-
musicians, right?
The part of the projects that the PPSI have undertaken includes providing additional funding for retirees and also for medical assistance, as well as sometimes underwriting the cost if any of the orchestra members would have like specialized training abroad, which would not have otherwise been covered by the CCP or not part of the
You
budget.
could just tell us, training abroad, that can be part of the GAA. Yeah. Medical assistance, that's part of DOH MAIP, which is not lodged in CCP, but we can help there. So everything that the society is doing and struggling to generate funds, we can all provide in the GAA. Just let us know. Okay.
These are among the projects that we've had accomplished for 2024. The regular concerts, season concert of Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, choreographer, a dance production called Joy and Daloy, Cecilicad at the Met, which was actually to the auspices of your office and with the NCCA and the Met. And then we
On the initiative of NEDI. Yeah.
And then we're still continuing also presenting other activities offsite. One of the more successful ones is we're screening theater productions from the National Theater that have been captured on film. We're presenting this once a month at the Ayala Cinemas. Next. We have a network, a nationwide network called the Kaisa sa Sining. And one of the projects that they did was a collaborative mural project that they did in Tagum City in the occasion also of Pasinaya. Our exhibitions are also touring. So we have had our tours, our exhibits done at the Ilomoca, among others, and also at the National Museum at the moment. We also have performances and spectacles at the Liwasang Kalikasan, like a light show called the Gitab Digital and the Tanod Lupa at the Sining Kalikhaan or the Sining Kalikasan. Thank you. Next. Next, please. We still continue to, back please, still continue to do a Kabataang Gitarista program, which we do largely for young students and including out-of-school youth. And then the Pasinaya, the national, the CCP Open House Festival went national this year. So we also had simultaneously with the CCP complex, we had it in Tagum, Davao del Norte, and also at Iloilo City. And then we also toured a new ethnic dance and choreography workshop with national artist Agnes Locsin. Next. Next. Skip na natin. Skip na to. Next, please. Next. We can go to the requests na. Yeah. Sige. Proposed, can we go to the proposed budget, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, may we proceed to the proposed budget?
Proceed.
Okay. Okay. So we requested 2.6 billion from the DBM. We received a total of 634 million. The difference is over 2 billion. What are the uses of these funds? Next, please. Okay. Why do we need 2 billion? Of course, for our artistic programs, including the outreach program of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, the NPAC, which is a joint project together with the NCCA. So we have already named 3 NPACs, and also the continuing arts education programs, which is held in different parts of the country. Next, please. Oh, yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to know more about your arts education program. Who conducts it? How many days is it? Is it on site? How
On-site.
much is one seminar? Is it 1 day, 1 week?
Madam Chair, we have 3 levels of arts education programs. So these are, we do arts education program for audience development, for artists, and also for organizations. So for the audience development programs, we are undertaking teacher training programs so that the multiplier effect will be greater. So we tie up with the institutions, particularly those that teach teachers who are teaching special courses in the arts. One of the tie-ups we have is with the Philippine Normal University, such that we are able to offer short-term courses that are now micro-credentialed that can help the teachers. We've also had what we call the CCP Arts Academy that we've done many times with the University of Santo Tomas, also intended for teachers and also for especially those who teach the senior high school arts and design track. For the artist development programs, we do training for artists who are mid-career largely, so that once they have undertaken the basic training, then we offer more specialized. The Kabataan Gitarista program is something like that. Also, the National Rondalia Workshop or the National Choral Workshop. And then we have the cultural management arts education programs, where we now train professional organization in terms of how to manage their organization, how they can survive, how they can tour. And these are programs that we do all year round. We do programs that are scheduled, and then we are also open to requests from certain parties, so that then we can
Give us an example of a local government where you're conducting an arts education program.
when the CCP received funding during the pandemic for a capability upskilling workshop, which means that we train practitioners to develop other skills related to the arts, and we did it. One of the workshops we did was in Bacolod City. Bohol learned about it and asked if we can also do it in Bohol, and so we did the same project in Bohol at the request. No, so lucky that we still have a little amount for those. No,
You have a 2024 arts education program, and is it earmarked for which place?
yes, for 2024 we have a number of programs that have happened nationally and that are still ongoing. We also tie up with other agencies. So, for example, at the moment, for the last couple of months, we also tied up with the Department of Trade and Industry, particularly SITEM, for capability building workshops for arts organizations, which we did in Clark, in Dapitan and also in Bohol. For the National Folk Dance Workshop this year, it happened in San Jose del Monte. And then there are also what we call the Rigodon, where groups from one area also travel to another area, and then they not only perform but also do workshops. So we can have a group from Luzon, for example, going to Visayas, and a group from Visayas going to...
And that's
Yeah.
a transport.
Yeah.
But we can do arts education community-based.
Yes.
Sige. I'll amend it. I like arts education and we select the areas. Maybe subukan natin. Even Metro Manila. Ang ganda gawin yun. You can do that in depressed areas.
Yes.
Ba? I'd like to do depressed areas of Manila, Quezon City, Kamanava. Ganda yun.
For Cinemalaya 2025. We also are requesting for funding as well as our arts festivals and competitions. We also send different groups all over the world and within the country for this, and Lakbay Sining touring programs for cultural development programs all over country and also overseas.
For example, Love Diaz. He's really acclaimed internationally. He's not even supported by government in terms of his airfare. Diba? No, only because I initiated it. If I did not initiate it, wala. And his team, I had to pay for it. Venice Film Festival. Why does it happen? Because they do not request. But I think government should reach out, right? Venice Film Festival, kapatid yan ng Venice Biennale, dapat alam natin. That's fund na every year. He's the only Filipino. His film, which film is being shown there?
Fantasmia is going
yes,
to be,
yeah.
yes. We'd like to report actually that film was done in collaboration with our resident theater company, Tanghalang Pilipino. So the actors from Tanghalang Pilipino are actually in the cast of
And
that
then
film.
they asked for private support, and I gave them my own funds because they are not able to access funds from CCP, NCCA, FDCP. Maybe they asked late, they didn't know, or the person they asked, mali. So I ended up paying for their per diem, their Airbnb. So we don't like that, right? When people say that we don't, and that's Love Diaz. Yeah. So how do we ensure that we reach out not just to the Brillante Mendozas and the Love Diazes of this world, but even to those aspiring, right? Oh.
Actually, the funding assistance really is coming from the Film Development Council of the Philippines, and they have the program for that. So we can check in terms of why or whether LAV actually requested from FDCP for this cycle.
Yung artist, tapos ganyan ang trato ng gobyerno, at saka that's Venice Film Festival. Huwag natin tipirin ang mga artist natin. Kakainis. That's why I supported from my own personal. But I think nakahabol ng NCCA, may support. Ano, for what? Airbnb, per diem, of the team. 2 members. Oo. But anyway, kilab ako na sumagot. But only because I have funds in my CI in NCCA. Pero kung wala, hindi rin natin matutulungan. So paano kayang maganda? Na meron tayong funds for those? Kasi meron naman tayong grants, di ba? Grants. And dapat alam natin yung mga nagpa-participate. Yeah? FTCP should have known that. You know, I just feel so embarrassed when government is not able to assist. Yeah. Okay, proceed please. By Sining. Okay, what's up by Sining?
Okay. For venue rentals,
By Sining.
Lakbay Sining is the title that we give to our touring programs. It's actually cultural exchange, meaning we bring groups around the country or even abroad. For next year, we are actually planning to have, in relation to the book messe, at least one Philippine group to be in Germany around the time that the book messe is happening.
The Frankfurter Book Messe, everything is curated, right? I mean, agencies can't just send tour
Yes.
groups and go because we have to clear it.
Yes.
We
yes,
have a curator, that's Dr. Patrick Flores,
Yes.
for the pavilion.
Yes.
And there are collateral events this year, next year, in the run-up to October 2025. So there was an open call, I think, by the National Book Development Board only for Philippine-based events, right? Or Germany. It will be assessed. Okay, there's a process, right? So maybe I appreciate the interest, but we cannot just say we're going to Frankfurt, the Bayanihan will dance there, or this PPO will perform it. Please, if you're interested to join, all agencies of government, even outside of a hearing, must clear it with us because it's curated. And their expenses. Yeah. So I didn't know about which group is going to the book messe.
We have interest, not the book messe itself, as I said, related areas, because we've had Philippine communities in Germany that the groups like the Madrigal Singers have performed before, who expressed interest of again hosting performances around the time that the book messe is happening.
Selected Madrigal. Yeah. Madrigal Singers, yes. I said yes, right? And we're funding it. Yeah, Madrigal is part of our program. Yes, so aside from Madrigal, what else?
So far, that's the most practical to send. I mean, any other performing company will be more expensive. That's
There may be performers, artists, whatever. We may know of it now, you may not know, but please let us know because there could be space for that, but everything has to be cleared so that it would be in clear conversation with the theme. All right? What's our theme, the title again? Imagination Peoples the Air. So, based on the Noli Fili. Noli, yeah, that's a phrase in the Noli Me Tangere. So, please give us suggestions if you can, but again, there's a funding component. That means, sino ba mag-fund yan? It cannot be naman organic fund. I have to fund it again. So it has to be realistic as well. Right? Okay. If it's a Madrigal, it's already included in our program. Huh? Is it this year, next year? For the handover, Madrigals, or next year? Next year. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Let's proceed. Next page.
Thank you so much. And regarding the Lakbay Sining, several consulates in the United States have also invited the winners of the Virgin Lab Fest to perform in like the Kalayaan Hall in New York City and San Francisco and the major sites. So the Virgin Lab Fest is actually a festival of one-act plays that we have conducted since
2005 also.
2005. One-act
Yes,
plays.
there's an all original Filipino one-act plays. And it's a festival that runs for over 3 weeks in June every year. Yes, because we have to compress all the performances so that the expenses
Abroad or
also
here in the Philippines?
here in the Philippines.
There in
It used to be at the
PIT.
CCP,
now it's in the black box.
and now it's in the block boxes.
Okay.
Because it's usually comprised of just maybe very, very few actors. So that's why there's an interest because it's easy enough to transport to another country.
How long is one? Oh,
About 40 minutes. One place about 40 minutes.
40.
Yes.
How many in the span of 3 weeks?
We perform at least 12 plays in 3 weeks, each one having at least 6 performances, and it's a festival. So on the first week, every day there's a new set of plays, and then on the second and third week, the afternoon has a different set of 3 plays, the evening has a different set.
started it in 205?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. How come I've not seen it? Napanood na nyo? Kaya nga eh. Is it part of your organic funds, your debt?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It's never a CI.
Never so
Mm.
far.
So you have the funds for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. How much is one 3-week, 6th place?
Right now, the whole cost of the festival is about 5 million. We are able to successfully generate about 3 million in gross receipts for that. So, yes, ma'am.
I see.
And it has like an average attendance about 90% full.
These are Filipino playwrights.
Filipino playwrights, new plays. So these
Mga
are
bata.
not necessarily. So, I mean, at one point, we actually have F. Shonil Jose premiering one his new plays. Yes.
Manong Frankie has a one-act play?
Yes.
What is that?
What was it called? Dong Ao. Yeah. So
But-
he did it like this was about 15 years ago or the
Every
early
year,
years.
the one-act plays are different.
Yes, they're selected from an open call. We receive about 200 applicants, and out of the 200 plays, then a committee selects the 12 new plays that are performed plus 3 plays from the previous year.
I see. Last June, well, tapos na, no? Hindi pwedeng ulitin yun. No? Tapos na.
Next year na ulit.
Saan pinano? Dito?
Sa black
Pinalabas?
box. It's in the black box.
Madam Chair, the audience is very young. That's why it's very interesting. You
Yeah.
really develop a new audience.
But it's just a matter of money, right? It's if you put the funds, you can have it more than once a year in June. Or June lang pwede talaga.
The whole process of selection to rehearsals to nursing,
yes,
developing
yes.
the plays, because these are also new plays. So there's a period also of development where the playwrights work with artistic directors into rewriting. So it's actually a 1-year cycle is ideal.
Okay. Yes.
Some of the plays have actually been turned into films successfully. So
What happens to the past year since 205 or 15, almost 20 years?
now this
Of the plays. Tapos sayang naman kung hindi na document or
we've actually published the plays also, and so the plays have now become part of the canon of university and college theater groups. So these are the plays that they now perform all over the country. Yeah, so they've actually added to the material that the whole country. I mean, at any point there will be one play from the Virgin Lab is being performed in some
we
campus.
have the library of all the Virgin Lab one-act plays, 6 in a span of 3 weeks since 205.
Yes, but we only published the best ones among those plays. So I mean, out of the
Have a
12,
copy
there
of
will
the
be some.
publication. So you have it
Yes, ma'am.
copy publication.
Yes, ma'am.
But is it documented in terms of visuals? So
Yes,
you can
yes, ma'am.
upload it on YouTube.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a
Also.
YouTube channel.
We are actually in the process of developing a CCP channel, and that will be one of the materials that we will put in there.
Yeah, good idea. You should have a CCP channel, all the PPO outreach, all the Virgin Lab Fest, Cinemalaya, etc. Nandiyan na yung material natin, yung content. Then you can have
Yes.
that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Consider one of those. Let's say, hindi ko lang kung bagay lang. Again, I'm not the curator. For the Frankfurter Book Messe, if you can have the Virgin Lab Fest, the best of the best, transported there for a 3-week or even shorter film fest on the run-up to October 2025. If it's kumbagay, again, I'm not the curator. We have to ask Patrick.
Yeah, there's actually over the years we've also had a place for children or children's place, so that might be something worth considering.
Children's place, you mean the 3 weeks, puro children or halo?
There during halo, ma'am. So in certain times, in certain years, there are some plays that are intended for children that get into the main festival.
Why don't we do this? It's always in Tanghalan.
Now, but actually, ma'am, we've actually done it also. We've had extra Virgin Lab Fest. We've done it also in Cagayan de Oro, and we've also done it in Bacolod with their own set of plays. So in Bacolod, the plays were in Hiligaynon, and in Cagayan de Oro, the plays were in Bisaya. So we have the template has been used in other areas in the country.
Have a set of 6 one-act plays in Hiligaynon.
We have now 2 sets because
Mm.
we've done it twice.
And we can redo it, right?
Yes,
In Hiligaynon.
yes,
Hmm. Interesting.
yeah. In fact, that's the plan for this year. After the Bacolod leg, they identified several schools within the region who can or who've been given the right to stage a particular place in the respective schools, campuses.
Can we do that? Let's say let's not reinvent the wheel. Whatever may script na kayo, you've tried it, yung Hiligaynon version of the 6 one-act plays.
No, in the place in Hiligaynon, actually original written in Hiligaynon.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hiligaynon scripts, the plays, let's say pwede pang January, February, doesn't have to be,
Yes, yes,
and you can gather the people again. And
yes.
how much would that be?
I will
This
have to
was a
ask our
CI.
partners in Negros because we gave them the formula and they partnered with us in terms of the production.
Actors are there.
Yes,
I see you partner with them, community-based, nandun sila.
yes.
Uh-huh.
So, but it's the same formula. So they chose the place. It was developed, then laboratory, and then the festival.
If you could kindly suggest from 2 of the best, you said you only printed the best in your documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung ano na yung best, pero existing pa rin at kaya pa i-implement for a 3-week film fest. I mean, not film, it's a play fest. What do you call it?
Yeah, a play festival.
Play festival. This is live, right?
Yes,
Not necessarily on stage, right? It can be in a plaza.
yes,
It can be in a church. It
yes,
can be in a gym. Anywhere,
yes.
right? Mm.
There are plays that have been set in a church to begin with.
Yes. So what I'm saying, we don't have to limit it in the black box in the Tanghalan. Let's say Metro Manila, it can be in different venues.
Yes, actually, in the when the plays have been performed elsewhere in the country, they've really been performed in gyms, in auditoria, in classrooms. Yes.
No, even Metro Manila, let's say next year, we can have one in Puerto Real, in Intramuros. Another one can be in Luneta. Ganun, sa likod ng monumento ni Rizal. Another one can be Ayala Center,
Yeah.
dun sa Gardens doon. Ay, naisip ko lang, within 3 weeks, right? Iba-ibang venue. It can be in a gym in Payatas.
Yes.
Iba-iba. Dito sa Senate grounds. Ganon.
Yes.
Iba-iba, di ba? Then give a suggestion from for Frankfurter Bookmesse yung akma sa theme ng Frankfurt Book Fair. Kung bagay. But then suggestion na hindi nakakulong palagi sa isang space, it can be in different venues. Yun. And I'd like to do it for Antique, let's say, I know, but June. Doesn't have to be June, can be earlier. Right? Yeah, huh?
Ma'am, it's just restaging, so it
Yeah.
can be done much sooner. We're just restaging, so we can do it much sooner.
You can give us a proposal for what one-act plays are the best of the best of best for restaging.
Madam, we'll be in Antique for Himig Sigla, no? December. Ma'am, your request is December for our Antique Himig Sigla. So we were discussing, maybe we can just do it once. Yes. We can just restage one of the plays or of several of the place.
Just give us a proposal, please. Yeah,
We'll
thank
do
you.
that.
But we don't have the funds this year because I only learned about it now. It would be included in GAA 2025, but it's campaign season next year,
So it's
unless you have the organic funds for this year.
we'll look into it.
Oo.
We'll see what
Only
we
if you
can do.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, proceed.
Okay.
please.
Venue rental, since the main theater is closed, we need and we provide venue grants also to our resident companies. International scholarship program. This is the first time we're asking for funding for this. Presently, we have 4 scholars in different, 4 musical scholars in different parts of the world, 2 in the UK, 2 in the US, and we would like to support more. This is actually, it's just to support them. All of our scholars already have full scholarships in terms of tuition from the different institutions. That's Royal Academy of Music, Bard College in Boston, and the other schools. But they still need help between, we're looking at 1 to 2 million a year per scholar just to support their living expenses. And of course, we're already preparing for the reopening of the
Just a minute,
CCP.
for the
Yes, ma'am.
scholarship program, are they in need? Not
Yes.
wealthy families.
No,
I hope.
they're all of them, the ones we have now are
Condition.
all from PHSA.
From Philippine High School for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Arts. Okay. And they're selected by a
They're-
council,
well, we have a
body
council,
recommended?
but actually, ma'am, because they're already scholars, so in a way, the schools have already pre-selected them. But we have a lot of
they're already scholars and then they reach out to CCP for grants for additional allowances. I see. Okay, it's not like an open call for scholarships for ISP and then we send them. No.
no.
Okay. So it's like a grants program.
Yes, they're already actually the best of the best because they've already been accepted and given scholarships in very prestigious institutions abroad.
SIA, kanino yun? NCCA,
Ah.
CCP. Walang pondo palagi yan, di ba? Oh, paano nangyari? That's created by law, right?
Just the other year. But before, it's funded through the NEFCA as well.
Well,
Mm.
even now, when there's no funding that comes from GAA, we fund it through NEFCA.
Mm. Okay. Thank you. Okay, proceed, please.
As we prepare for the reopening, we're already preparing the artistic programs as well, including commissioning works for the reopening, such as commissioning an original Filipino opera and other, and trying to procure also the services of international artists. So it will be a big reopening. And so we'll take center stage again as the premier performing arts in the region. And then for the complex development plan, CCP sits in 63 hectares. And I think part of our local long-term goal is to be less reliant on government subsidies and be more self-sufficient. And we have the property to do that. But we need to master plan it so that we can still be able to put up the kind of buildings we want to put up, like a concert hall, an amphitheater, an arena, all performing arts venue,
Use
which
the
will
folk art theater.
folk arts
Yes.
theater. Yes.
I didn't see it in your budget, the rehabilitation.
Kasi we're asking for the main building. Nahiya kami. Main theater. The CCP main theater. Next slide yun. Medyo malaki-laki yun. So we're relying on our friends from the NCCA to help us with the rehabilitation of the folk arts theater.
As I said earlier, we provided a sum for the planning. They still have to do the planning, final planning of the.
Okay. For capital expenditures, our total wish list for the building is 1.697 billion. Yes, ma'am.
This should be in the NEP. It should be a multi-year already. It shouldn't be asked of Congress anymore. Because
we did ask for it. They only granted us 50 million.
from the first year, magkano nang binigay
900 million
for the first year?
for the first 2 years. 500 plus
What's
400.
the total cost?
Total cost. Oh, wow. That's total cost. We're looking at between 2 to 3 billion
And then
total.
900 has been given.
Yes.
And it's been utilized?
Um,
Baka hindi pa, kaya 50.
so far, total approved is 1.6. Utilized is 800 million. The balance of the 1.6 million, we're already preparing the terms of reference. This is for the phase 2.
Wait, 1.6 has been given.
Has been budgeted.
Given,
Well,
allocated.
approved budget, but not released. Only how much?
Anyway, just
Only
give us
700 have been
please,
released.
give us please, from the time it was closed, what was approved by government for the rehabilitation, and it's a Mayowa multi-year, how much has been allocated, disbursed, yeah, obligated, disbursed, baka kaya 50M lang, may dahilan, di ba? Kayong DBM, hindi nyo binibigay pag hindi pa nagagamit yung ano, may dahilan yan. Imposible naman hindi ibibigay ni DBM yung inapprove, sinara kayo, tapos hindi kayo bibigyan, tapos hihingi kayo sa amin. Kasi ayoko mag-amend nang hindi naman dapat ako nag-amend. Common sense yan. May dahilan yan. Baka hindi nyo ginagamit, baka hindi pa nabibid out.
In our case, that's what happened.
Oh,
Because
they
we
cannot
are, no, we admit naman, because
See?
our phase 2, we had to
That's why.
redo the phase 2
Yeah, so
TOR.
I will not give because you still have the funds. You have to utilize it first. Tama, DBM?
Ikaw naman magsabi.
Ma'am, excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm Jay Gaite. I'm the VP for Admin and Finance. Ma'am, actually, we realize what you said and also the advice of the DBM. But for us to continue with the other parts of the rehabilitation of the main theater, it was not fully realized during the inception of the project that there will be additional major works that needs to be done. And it was only when we opened the building that there are a lot of things that needs to be addressed. As the Director Cerrito said, there are a lot of surprises that occurred. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We will supply it to your office.
You should tell us what you've used and what you still have.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if we're not able to use it, there's no reason to give it when we can give it to others that have utilized their funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you po.
Is for land improvement for the Liwasang Kalikasan. That's the sculpture garden next to the CCP, as well as the sewage connection of CCP to the sewage treatment plant. We also need technical equipment. This is to replace. This is for the black box projection screen, because we're trying to use other venues around the theater as venues for performances. Are the elevators for the Tanghalang Ignacio, and then moving lights with accessories for use in CCP outdoor events as well. Okay, next please. Next please. For IT, Madam Chair, you mentioned one of our biggest assets, of course, is our treasure trove of performances, and we're in the process of digitizing them. And apart from digitizing them, we're also going back to some of the artists to rework their contracts because it doesn't include the reshowings. Yes, ma'am.
Of the existence of CCP, all performances naka-video.
Mostly from the video recordings are mostly after 1986.
That's okay.
Yeah.
When was CCP established?
1969.
Walang video nun?
Not so much. Very few.
Pero yung mga meron, pa-digitize natin.
Although the quality is really
That's
very...
okay. That's okay. Meron ba kayo nung MIFF? What year was MIFF? 1980
Actually, ma'am,
something.
Baka meron.
Or 70s?
That was but that was under ECP, 1980, 1981.
It was done in CCP.
We will have our
actually PICC, ano?
Hindi. Parang CCP?
PICC.
PACC yun?
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos si Johnny Liton pa nun?
Yes. The first year was PICC. The second one was when the MFC was already open.
Hindi, CCP eh.
Ah,
May ginanap sa CCP. Alam
We'll
niyo,
check with the-
I should know kasi ako na taga-interview no nung bata ako. MIFF, Johnny Liton pa nun. There was eh.
We'll check with our archives department
Yeah.
because they have surprises also. For example, the pianist Nena Del Rosario
Oh.
Villanueva, she
Yeah.
couldn't find footage and we were able to find it in CCP of some of her performances. So we
Okay.
will might have it.
Lahat ng inyong, paturo kayo kayla Ino,
Ayun.
Ino, maglagay ka naman ng archivist doon para yung library ng archives nila na naka-video ma-digitize. Ang ganda, mga performances. Mula 69 hanggang sa present, maski konti lang yung martial law, but from 86. Right? May
We
mga
can even,
sarsuela.
we could even sit down with you about the possibility of declaring your records, your recordings of early performances as a national cultural treasure. Then you can then request for funding for that.
We'll work on this right away, Chair.
What are the video recordings of all your performances? You have a library?
We're currently in the CCP annex and they are in the annex now. Although we would like it to
Naalagaan ba
be
nyo?
under.
No, it's not part of this building which is being constructed.
No.
It's in an annex building.
Yeah, where we are now.
I haven't. Maganda nga bumisita ako sa mga
Yes.
opisina para
Okay.
naka-aircon
Yes,
palagi.
para mahawa ka sa amin.
No, yung naka-aircon, yung ventilation.
Yes, so you can see how we are right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you at least have a database of all those performances you have?
Yes.
Ay, ang
Yes.
ganda. Ilagay nyo lahat sa YouTube. Hindi pa digitized.
Hindi pa lahat.
And we
The
also have to
contracts.
clear the rights. Yes. What we're able to do is actually put up excerpts, so for educational purposes, so we can cover it in that way.
And like our sister agency, the National Library, we also need funding for our fire protection system. As you know, CCPs are, yes, ma'am.
Before you go there, sorry. We're only talking about performances, but you have your art collection
Yes, this is
of
actually,
visual arts, and some are hanging here at the
Yes.
prints, right?
yes.
So, do you have a database of all your art collections,
the-
sculptures, paintings, prints, etc.? You have that.
We have, and we at present we are lending it out to other institutions so that more people can appreciate also
Fully
this art.
documented.
Fully documented. Yeah, even here in the
Pero,
Senate.
yung iba, storage?
Naka-storage. Actually, it's a well ventilated. It's a
Why
really good
don't
storage.
Ask National Museum for a wing of all the CCP collection.
At present, we have a CCP exhibit in the National Museum, which we plan to change every year. While we don't have actually, even if the main theater is open, there's enough of a collection that it can be a revolving collection in the National Museum. And it will be more accessible to more people also.
What happened to the screen? It's HR, no?
HR, it's wow, that was a production. It's still in the main building, but it was rolled and it's now like we have already set it aside. Same with the chandeliers.
So the database of all your performances on stage and in the little theater, documentation on video, audio, and digitization, and your database of all your artworks, whether sculpture, installations, paintings, prints, etc. Yeah.
Posters of past
Posters
performances.
and tickets.
Not so much tickets.
Tickets,
but, yeah.
no?
Posters,
Maganda
yeah.
tickets.
Sayang lang.
Posters, tickets, programs.
Program.
Yes,
catalogs.
programs.
Folio.
Yeah. Dapat meron kayong CCP gallery. Meron kayong CCP gallery yan.
Yes, we do. And we're planning to expand that when we reopen.
Oo. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
And also motor vehicles. Some of our vehicles are 35 years old, 12 years old, and 20 years old. So umaandar pa naman, pero barely.
Down. Ma'am, some of our motor vehicles are breaking down, so it's really difficult when we have shows outside of Metro Manila. So we have to send people to help our drivers or our vehicle because it's not functioning anymore.
Next, please.
We're talking about the fire.
I fire it. Yes. Actually, ma'am, that's the kind of we want, what the National Library wants, because of course of our paintings, our artwork. So it cannot be the regular fire suppression system. Yung gas. Gas yung, ito for the regular, gas yun for the museum. Nasaan? Sa building. Kami namin request na hinihiwalay namin kasi billion kami yung billion. Folk Arts Theater sana, but we can only ask so much. Ito na ba yun? Ay, personnel. Ako. Wag na, ako magalit po. Pamagal. Siguro. Pwede. Ikaw magsama kung
It's better to just outsource the scanning, the digitization, to buy the machine.
Well, I inquired from our friends at the National Library. They said the long process is the sorting, the curating, which can be done in-house. So, and the actual process of just scanning is just a short
Kasi
part of the
kung ilalabas
process.
pa sa outsource supplier, kakatakot baka masira, mawala.
So furnitures and fixtures. So these are just this is including the storage for our materials as well as digital storage. And then yes, ma'am. Yeah. Office equipment. And
Could you kindly prioritize all agencies, ha? Kasi I cannot give all, ha?
Yes, ma'am.
Prioritize, please. Okay.
Next slide, please. Machinery and equipment, including the projectors and the air conditioned units. But a big funding deficit is our personal services. Currently, we have an allocation for 323 full-time and plantilla employees, but we only have we only have 200 because the other positions are unfunded. Yeah, and for our personal services, that includes the PPO as well. Currently, we are about 25 musicians short of a full orchestra, so we hire a lot of casual musicians.
PPO, how many musicians are there total now in the orchestra?
There are 65 plantilla positions.
65.
Only 40 are actually filled at the moment.
So they perform among sila 40.
40, and then we will have to add casual musicians as the musical composition requires. So we normally have at least 25 to as much as 40 additional musicians per concert.
So these are freelance,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't hire them as JO for the whole year.
It is difficult to do that because the need will be dependent on
On the
what kind of music they're
performances.
performing. We may list them, for example, for purposes of coming up with a priority list of who we can hire, but we still have to hire them per concert basis.
But at least the 40 are plantilla with government benefits.
Yes, ma'am. Except that I'd like to point out that part of the unfilled positions are at the principal level, so that there are regular musicians who are performing as principals without actually getting paid to be principals.
Why don't you hire if you have the
Right. Some of them we're filling up, but again, as mentioned, a number of the positions are not funded. So we would really wish to have them funded.
funding should come from BPM. Okay, funding. No, the positions are there. Paano ba si Yoli? Oh, the positions, you cannot answer me. No, you don't have to call Yoli. Siya rin naman eh. Parang sometimes your brain has to work. It's unfunded. Maybe
Ma'am,
Yes,
usually,
please
ma'am,
answer.
it should come from their income through a corporate operating budget.
$116 last year.
Ma'am, for
Last year.
2024.
Ma'am, this year we're 160.
164.
It's a combination of we also had to give up some of our leases, and then also because the main theater is closed, so we have a lot less productions, or because we also rent out the venue.
CC but subsidized by government. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Annual GAA. Hindi mabubuhay pag walang GAA, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yung subsidy, ma'am, nila is through JA.
And the PS will have to be
The COP, ma'am. Corporate operating budget
cannot
nila.
be GAA.
Cannot be. Pero ang alam po namin is kumukuha sila a certain portion from the subsidy.
Thank you. We have one more agency.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay.
The chair of the KWF just had a health break. He's on. Yeah, but he just left. So will be back soon. But maybe we can already put on do you have a PowerPoint? May PowerPoint po ba kayo? Sige, pakilagay na po.
Isang makakalikasan, malikhain, mapagkalinga, mapagpalaya, maluwalhati, maaliwalas na hapon po sa ating lahat. Gusto ko pong bigyan ng diin ang mapagkalinga dahil inaasahan po namin na ang aming pong pondo at kahilingan ay mapagtitibay ngayong hapon. gusto ko po magsimula sa pagbanggit ng mandato ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino, na ang Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino ay nilikha upang magsagawa, mag-ugnay at magtaguyod ng mga pananaliksik para sa pagpapaunlad, pagpapalaganap
Siguro
at
hindi-
preserbasyon ng Filipino at ng iba
Siguro
pang
po hindi na kailangan yung mandate
Okay.
kasi taon-taon natin mula.
Tuloy po
10
tayo
years.
sa
Oo, budget.
mga nagawa ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino.
sige.
Sisimulan ko po
Thank
sa amin pong iba't ibang mga physical performance at
Na rin yung financial performance ng last year.
sige po.
Wag na rin yan.
Okay. Nais ko lang pong banggitin na
Ayun,
nung
accomplishments.
nakaraang taong 2023 ay siyempre ang aming pong tradisyonal na pagdiriwang ng buwan ng wikang pambansa, buwan ng panitikan, repositoryo ng mga aklat at kultura ng Pilipinas. At kami po ay patuluyang nagsasakatuparan ng pambansang korpus ng wikang Filipino. Ganon din po ang pagpapatuloy namin ng rebisyon ng diksyonaryo ng wikang Filipino, ng diksyonaryong Filipino-Ingles at iba pa pong mga diksyonaryo. Patuloy po ang aming pagsasakatuparan ng selyo ng kahusayan sa serbisyo publiko. At ito po ay may kaugnayan sa paggamit ng korespondensya opisyal na itinatakda po ng EO 335 na ang lahat ng mga ahensyang pamahalaan at maging ibang mga ahensyang pribado ay dapat gamitin ang wikang Filipino sa kanilang mga korespondensya at mga transaksyon. At narito po, meron din kaming tinatawag na frontline na serbisyo namin ang pagsasalin na tumatanggap po kami ng mga kahilingan upang ang kanilang charter po ay maisalin sa wikang Filipino, maging ang mga dokumento nila na nasa wikang Ingles ay amin pong isinasalin ng libre. At meron po tayong mga gawain na may kaugnayan po sa Language Revitalization Program na nagsasakatuparan ng paglikha ng mga ortografiya o natawag nating mga gabay sa palabaybayan ng iba't ibang katutubong wika. At batid po natin na ang wika, mga katutubong wika natin sa ating bansa ay may kabuuang bilang na 135, 134 rito ay mga wikang tunog at isa po ay ang wikang senyas o wikang visual na tinatawag Filipino Sign Language. At akin pong malugod na at magalang na inalatag sa inyo ang panukalang pondo para po sa fiscal year 2025 na may kabuuang amount po ng 104,696,000 pesos. At dito po ay makikita natin yung PS personal services na nagkakahalaga ng 46,072,000 at ang MOOE 55,399,000 pesos. At dito po sa susunod ay yung agency specific na nagkakahalaga po ng 100,471,000 at ang RLIP po ay binubuo ng halagang 4,225,000 pesos. Ang ating pong diksyonaryo ay isang mahalagang proyekto, no? At ito po ay patuluyan dahil ito ay dumaraan ngayon sa tinatawag nating revision. Ito po ay nasa online at malaya pong ating mga kababayan na magmungkahi, magpadala ng mga salita o lexical item na nais nilang maisanib sa diksyonaryo ng wikang Filipino. Ang Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino po ay naniniwala sa tinatawag nating inclusivity. Ang ating pong wikang Filipino ay dumadaan sa patuloy na pagbabago at paglinang, pagpapayaman ng talasalitaan at tayo po ay kumukuha ng iba't ibang mga salita o lexical item buhat sa iba't ibang katutubong wika nang sa ganoon lalo pang mapayaman, mapabuti at ang ating pong diksyonaryo na gagamitin po ng sambayanang Pilipino bilang bahagi ng ating wikang pambansang Filipino. Ganon din po mahalagang proyekto ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino ang tinatawag ng Korpus ng mga wika sa Pilipinas at ito po ay nangungulekta kami ng mga salita buhat sa iba't ibang mga okasyon, pasalita man o pasulat At ito po ay aming ini-imbak sa tinatawag naming repositoryo ng mga wika sa Pilipinas. At higit po sa lahat ay meron din po kaming tinatawag na pagsasali ng materyales sa 4 na pangunahing wika ng Pilipinas. At sa taong ito ay amin pong isinasakatuparan ang pagsasali sa mga wikang Ilocano, Bicol, Cebuano, Hiligaynon. At sa susunod na taon, 2025, ay isasalin po namin ang mga dokumentong ito sa mga wikang Waray, Pangasinan, Kapampangan, Maguindanaon. At meron po kami tinatawag na kasalin forum na amin pong isinasakatuparan upang magtipon-tipon ang mga tagasalin sa buong Pilipinas dahil hindi pa po nagagawang profesional ang profesyon ng pagsasalin at sa lalong madaling panahon po kami ay umaasa na ang mga tagasalin ay magkaroon na ng tinatawag nating akreditasyon na masasabing sila po ay mga profesional na mga tagasalin sa iba't ibang wika, no? At kami po ay mayroong mga proyekto sa internet. Kabilang po rito yung infomercials na nakatuon po sa pagbuo ng kaalamang pangwika sa pamamagitan ng infomercials na nagpapalaganap ng mga saliksik ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. At noon pong 2017 ay nagsimula po ang Bahay Wika sa Abukay, Bataan. Ito po ay dahil nais nating masalba, mapanatili ang isang katutubong wika na nanganganib ng maglaho dahil kakaunti na lamang ang bilang ng tagapagsalita nito. At simula ng 2017, naging matagumpay po ang Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino sa pagsubaybay at pagtuturo sa mga elders ng kanilang wika nang sa ganoon ay naituturo din nila ito at naipapasa sa kanilang mga kabataan. Simula po sa maliit na bilang noong 2017, nagkaroon na po ng maraming bilang ngayon ng tagapagsalita.
The previous page, please, yung before that. Yan.
Napadala na po dito.
Glosaryo ng katutubong kaalaman. Yeah.
Ito yung
It's a
glossary.
glossary of indigenous knowledge, right?
Ano to na magtawag tayo?
Yeah. No, the glossary. We have that. It's a hard copy. The glossary of, Yeah, so give a sample. Online. Okay. Susunod po. Teka. Tahanan ng wika. What is this?
Ng wika. Ang bahay wika ay nabanggit ko po kanina, ito po ay para sa mga katutubong wika na malapit na maglaho o mamatay. At ito po ay naisakatuparan namin sa Abukay, Bataan, at kasalukuyan ay meron po kaming bahay wika sa Baler, Aurora, at sa Cadiz, sa Negros po. Yan po ang bahay wika na patuloy po naming nililinang dahil
iba yung bahay wika, iba yung tahanan ng
Opo,
wika.
ito po yung tahanan ng wika, aking ipaliliwanag ngayon para mapag-iba po natin. Ang tahanan ng wika po ay magsisilbing karagdagang tahanan ng KWF sa pamamagitan ng paghahanap ng gusali na maaring rentahan na kapapalooban ng iba't ibang tanggapan ng KWF para sa pagtugon.
Okay. How about the bahay wika? Ano yung bahay wika?
Ano po?
Bahay.
Yung bahay wika nga po, ito yung institusyon na itinatatag sa isang kultural na pamayanan na ang wika po ay nanganganib ng maglaho. Okay.
Sa model bahay wika that I can see, but if not, send us so that we can replicate it in other areas. Let's say I can have a
Ang
bahay
naging
wika.
modelo nga po namin
Yeah,
itong
but
naunang
I'm talking
proyekto,
po. Yes, so you
pasensya na
listen
po.
first so that you will understand. I
Ang
want
naging modelo po namin na
Why is-
sinimulan namin ay ang Abukay Bataan na ang dinidevelop o dinilinang po ay ang wikang Aita Magbukon.
Okay, so the bahay wika is a house of language na center for that language.
Opo.
Hindi kailangan magtatag. Pwedeng lumang DepEd building, pwedeng
Kahit
lumang
anong
bahay.
espasyo po,
Anong
kung
spasyo?
pwedeng malagyan ng mga elders na tuturo ng katutubong wika nila sa
So,
mga kabataan. At alam niyo po ay nakukuha rin po namin ang suporta ng LGU no para sa proyektong ito. Katulad na nga po ng nangyari diyan sa Abukay Bataan na may wikang Aita Magbukon na ngayon po ay sinusuportahan ng LGU ng Bataan. Kanina rin po nabanggit ko yung tungkol sa repository.
Costs. Ano po itong mga 3.2 million? This is the cost of that program. Is it a wish list or is it already implemented this year?
Yan po ay makikita sa NEP. Opo, opo.
Don't have to ask me. Very good. Okay. So, nasa NEP na po yan. Okay.
Nabanggit ko rin po kanina yung repositorio ng mga wika ng Pilipinas na nasa online din po. Kaya ang ating pong sambayan ng Pilipino ay nakababasa nito na nakakabatid ng mga impormasyon na amin pong inilalathala sa kwf.gov.ph. Ano po? Ito po yung mga dokumentasyon, pagsasamapa ng mga saliksik, at mga impormasyon na may kaugnayan po sa pag-aaral ng wikang pambansang Pilipino at iba't ibang katutubong wika sa ating bansa. Okay. At siyempre po nabanggit ko na kanina yung pagbuo ng mga ortografiya na magiging gabay ng pag-aaral ng mga palabaybayan ng iba't ibang katutubong wika dahil kapag wala pong ortografiya ang isang katutubong wika ay hindi po sila makapaglalatathala ng anumang artikulo nila o mga babasahin. At meron po kaming
kindly you don't have to read it. Kindly just flash it, then I want quiet so that I can read it and immerse. Thank you. I-press lang po, patingin lang. Yan. Okay, sige.
ipakita ang okay. Ito po yung validasyon ng wika sa
Hindi po kailangan basahin para tahimik. Oo, titignan ko lang po Sige, press. Okay,
meron
next.
po tayong atlas. Ano daw?
Hindi po kailangan basahin, patingin po kada pahina. Sige, we can proceed to the
Kaya
budget.
nga po hindi ko na rin binabasa.
Okay, next. Sige po. Go lang, go. Hindi na po. Sige, quiet lang. Yan, patingin. Okay. Yan, okay. I just want, nakalagay naman po Okay, go. Okay. And these are all in the NEP. Okay, very good. Okay, wish list. Ako po, proceed. So yeah, you don't have to read. I'm reading it po. Yeah. I'm trying to understand it. One page each. I don't, hindi po kailangan sabihin. I'm reading it po. Okay. Next, please. Okay, proceed. Sige. Ano tong aklat ng bayan?
naliksik sa wika, kultura at panitikan.
Proceed next.
Ipinagdiriwang ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino ang buwan ng panitikan tuwing Abril na sa buong buwan po ay pinahalagaan natin ang mga akda ng iba't ibang mga manunulat sa ating bansa.
Next page. What is this, Balmaceda? What is this? Aklatang Balmaceda, saan po yan?
Okay. Ito po ay isang espesyal na aklatan na
Nasaan po nakalocate?
sa kasalukuyan ho ay nasa isang gusali na amin pong inaarkilahan. Mga
Saan?
2 kalye
Where?
lamang po ang layo sa
Where?
opisina ngayon ng KWF.
In your
Sa
office?
San Miguel po. Sa
Manila?
Manila po.
Okay, sige. Next. Okay. Okay. Next. Okay. Next. This is all wish list. All
Kasama,
of this walang pondo po.
kasama po sa wish list namin.
Okay, next. Mhm. Okay, next. Okay. Sige. Just proceed. Every page po. Sige,
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Itong magkakasunod pong mga pahina,
Advocacy projects. Okay,
okay,
one by one po. Sige, next
ay
page
may
please.
kinalaman po sa FSL,
Mm,
ang bagong
Yes.
unit po ng Komisyon sa Wikang Pilipino.
okay. Next page please. Okay. Thank you. Noted. I have a copy anyway. So all agencies, please, your wish list prioritize with regards to NCCA, ano ang kaya talaga. Attorney Yoli, check mo naman, no? Yung mga pwede sa NEFCA, hindi na sa atin. Pero yung hindi naman, yung nasa NEFCA ngayon, na hindi naman dapat sa NEFCA, dyan, i-rationalize nyo. Tapos, hindi ko naman kaya lahat. Hindi ko alam kung kaya yung kalahati. Pero, gagawin natin yung priority. So, yung request nila, kayo mismo mag-prioritize yung kaya nyo. And then, pag meron kayong unobligated or unused amounts, that's a reason perhaps like CCP, you have to tell us how much is the remaining funds. Baka sa building, baka na hindi naman dapat bigay pa sa 2025, yung surprises ninyo, kaya ba nyo implement yun for 2025? Because we don't like unutilized or underutilized funds. Okay? Yeah, we've exhaustively listened to all your budgets, and not just the budgets, but advocacy projects. Yes, I wish I could fund everything, but really, the past years, we've already funded many of the projects and even created new projects that are being supported. Okay, so I thank each person, resource person present here today. I thank the culture agencies and all your officers and staff who are here, and the Senate staff as well. We started in the morning at 10:30. It's 3:40, right? Straight, except for 1 or 2 bathroom breaks. So, sanay naman kayo, di ba? Dati ganun din ako. In the
Ma'am.
previous years, were your hearings this long? Oo. 20, 22, 23, ganito ba kahaba mga hearing nyo? Mahaba din. Okay, whichever. Yeah, Chair Ino.
On behalf of all the cultural agencies, we'd like to thank you for your dedication to listen to our projects and also to schedule this, because it took some time to be able to schedule this. So maybe let's give the Senator a big hand.
In fact, I apologize that sometimes I would say, okay, Rush, no more mandate. Sana nga, isa-isa hinihimay. Kaya lang, mga 2 araw tayo dito, di ba? Oo. And then, I mean, ideas come to mind. The others which are not in your NEP, I'm saying let's fund it, do this, do that. Okay, so you took notes, you'll summarize it. when it comes to the floor, I'm sure there's no questions. More often than not, you're there and then nobody would even ask you and you can go home. But of course, you have to be there. But it's more of hihimayin ko lahat, titingnan ko ano yung dapat pondohan. Diba? It's exciting. I mean, this is always what I love doing the most. But you can be assured that the support for history, culture, and the arts is here. And there are other agencies that have an arts and culture component, whether it's DFA Cultural Diplomacy or National Book Development Board under DepEd or FDCP even. We can also support that. But my request is for collaboration. Agencies of government should talk to each other. If it's OTOP, it's NCCA and DTI, and what's the other agency? DA for the agriculture system. Sit here, Mayo. What happened in the morning, I'm remembering now. So anyway, you summarize it for me. So I really appreciate the presence of the DBM and each and every one of you present here today. And with your patience, nobody said, I have to leave, I have another meeting. No, you sat through the presentations of each agency. To be fair, pinaghirapan nyo yan, you're more than prepared, you know the numbers, you know the projects, except one or two na nandyan, tapos ano nga ba yun? Pag ano nga ba yun, tapos wish list, hindi ko bibigay kasi hindi nyo alam eh. Diba? Diba? Pero, I hear you and this is, your agencies is heart and soul of who we are as a people. So I'm grateful. And I'm happy to be chairing your budget once again, which I've been chairing since 2012, 2013, and then there was a hiatus. Then I'm back. Yeah, I'm thankful to Senator Pia Cayetano for entrusting me with the culture agency. Hiningi ko actually. He said, okay. Anyway, sabi niya, ikaw naman palagi nagdadagdag dyan. So, yeah. So thank you. Thank you very much. Let's have a nice photo. Sana maganda. They can stand here at the back, right? We can have a photo. Alika. So, pasensya na yung magulo kong gawa, dear. Elinor. O CR. CR sa baba na lang.